Okay, hello and welcome. I hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing pretty good, though I am a bit tired, so I guess we'll see how long the stream goes for. Hello, welcome. So yes, tonight we're going to be playing Black Mirror 2, Reigning Evil. You may remember we played The Black Mirror, an adventure game from 2004, I think it was, a while back. It was pretty good. I liked it a lot. I remember watching. I played it after watching the video by Ross of Accursed Farms, and I liked the theme and characters in it, so I decided to play through it. Hope I get less tired. We'll see. I've had about 3 cups of tea since I came home, so maybe the bit of caffeine will help. Just chilling before a shower. A shower is nice. Yes. I feel there's something I should clarify which beforehand. I may have said in the Black Mirror that the game was originally done by a German company, or at least it originally had German dialogue. I feel like that's not the case, because it was actually done by a Czech Republic company, so I apologize for my inaccuracies. But yeah. So I never really gave much thought about playing the sequel to the game. I liked the sort of when was it? Well, I guess the original game takes place in 1981. It's not actually that long ago, but I like the Gothic architecture and the sort of spooky countryside setting for it and all that. That was pretty neat. The later ones, I think, more take place in a well, for when the game was released, a more modern setting. I just brief over the plot for the original one. We played as one Samuel Gordon, a member of the Gordon family who came back to his ancestral home because of the news of his grandfather having supposedly killed himself by tossing himself out of a window and impaling himself on the fence outside at the base of the tower which he was studying in. After investigating a fair bit, turns out that there's some kind of curse on the family involving one of his ancestors, and Samuel takes steps to prevent this ancestor from coming back, but also ends up discovering that he is the reason why several other people ended up dying during the storyline, being possessed or something by the curse. So he ends up killing himself at the end of the story. Basically, that's the plot of it. I quite liked it. The Gordon family was pretty much left, I believe, basically Gordon's grandmother was the only one remaining. Yes. Number of gruesome deaths. It was quite fun. I think the puzzles overall were pretty good. I think there was a few spots where I got a bit stuck, wandering back and forth and trying to solve things, but yeah, I think it was a pretty good game overall. Black Mirror 2, Reigning Evil. This was made by another company, whereas the first game was made by One Future Games. Black Mirror 2 was made by a company called Cranberry Production and published by Viva Media. Apparently, Cranberry Production is now known as Deck 13 Interactive. Or maybe that's they've been folded into that company. They're actually a German company. So maybe I got things mixed up there. Yeah, I don't know much. I don't actually know anything about this game. It's not one I've played before, like Black Mirror 2. I'll bring up the manual here. And, just a moment. If I can make it pop up correctly. Thank you. There we go. Here's the blurb about the plot. Darren Michaels is a student from Boston who comes to spend his semester vacation at his mother's house in the idyllic New England coastal town of Biddeford. The only thing in life that Darren is passionate about is photography, which is how he ends up with a job at a rundown photograph store. But the job isn't really that fun, and Darren has little to do with actual photography. His despotic boss, Fuller, makes the most of him as an errand boy, and has him constantly cleaning the store. But things take on a whole new complexion when the fascinating Angelina steps into Darren's life. Very different from the first game. I think the first game took place in... was it Wales? I think it was. Yeah. There's not really much else to go in here. There is a difficulty selection. We'll probably be playing the harder one just because puzzles. I wanted to challenge myself. Let's see. Hello, welcome. I thought you'd be happy about this. 2 and 3 were made in Germany, which makes most of the dialogue very verbose. Liked it a lot the first time you played it through, because Angelina was voiced by your favourite German voice actor. We'll be playing just the English voice acting for this. It's just the default setting for GOG. Maybe I'll check out the original. Now, I'm saying that in the hopes that I'm getting it correct this time. The original German voice acting for the game at some point. We'll see. Let me just load this up here. This was actually made in 2009, I think. Might be a little loud. I apologize. I don't think I can control the volume of the intro. Oh, okay, that was it. I have adjusted the volume down in game. Right, let's see. 1,280 pixels width. Okay. Yeah, this popped up the first time as well. It suggests, I guess, a non-widescreen resolution. If it recommends that, I might go with that. I'm not fussed by a non-widescreen resolution, so... if it suggests it, then I'll go with it. Maybe it stretches the visuals. I did load up the game briefly to have a look. It didn't seem like it made a major difference. Like, I didn't notice stretching or anything. But maybe I should err on the side of caution. Okay, we'll load it here. Please choose a game mode. We've got easy and normal. Easy game mode offers additional game help, the option to skip several puzzles, and to receive further tips from the diary. Apparently this game's also got an option to highlight hotspots by pressing the spacebar. So, minimal pixel hunting, I guess. The normal game mode has no additional game help. However, you can select the additional game help option while in this mode if you wish. Yeah, sure. I'm a seasoned adventure player. I've stumbled around a while.
Samuel? Are you there? Please, say something. You been? I've been looking for you. You promised you wouldn't just disappear anymore. I've been looking all over for you. Ow! What's wrong with you? I don't know who you are. I don't know my own husband. You disappear every night. You only talk when it's absolutely necessary. Where is the man that I married, Samuel? I want my husband back!
What have I done? What the hell have I done? Oh no! I didn't want this! No! No! Oh! No!
Get on with it! Stick the damn fuse back in! I want to open the store!
Okay, there we go. Let me just save. Save. There we go. Okay, covering over events from the first game. That was actually something which was only mentioned in passing. Samuel, I don't know whether it said that he was responsible for the fire in the first place, or whether, I don't know if he actually mentioned that, but it was sort of more just, yeah, his wife ends up dying in a fire caused in the mansion. We'll just get his feelings of regret over the whole thing. So here we are. Let's see, a candle.
Well, at least it'll give me a bit of light until I get the power turned back on.
Okay, can I put on subtitles? Dialogue subtitles. Original Black Mirror 1 mouse pointer. There we go. Oh, you can only look at it once? Okay.
That rickety pallet is blocking my view of the lower shelves. I can't see what's behind there.
Oh. Heck of a puzzle. When you received all the information... that was something. I guess when...
The fuse, man! Open your eyes!
You gonna fire me if I don't do it enough times? This tip system gives you information at the start of the game about how to play. If you don't wish to receive any tips, deactivate this feature in the option menu. Yeah. I'll take my time.
An old clothes dummy. Oh, judging by the smell, it's been damp at some point, and now it's just moldering away.
There should also be an audiobook as an MP3 in the games folder, where there is a retelling of the first game. Oh, okay. I think I remember enough about the first game. Don't really have a huge problem with it, but let's see. Open the fuse box.
An old dust-encrusted fuse box. There are a lot of wires coming out of the top of it, which then run along the floor joists. Doesn't look exactly safe.
I hasn't burned down the building yet.
Okay, then. Just like everything else of Fuller's, pretty well junk.
Okay.
The blown fuse must be under here. Huh, Fuller's already had a go at it. But again, he couldn't sort it out.
He got one screw out. Okay.
3 other fuses look fine, but this one's had it.
Okay.
I should throw that away. Otherwise, I'll get mixed up.
Put a red mark on it or something, I guess.
Now all I have to do is put a good fuse in.
Okay. do we happen to have some extra ones around in here? No.
I think I can swap a fuse over without needing instructions.
Okay, very confident. Do we have fuses around here somewhere? Cram shelf.
Let's see. A few plastic containers, bottles and boxes, light bulbs, cables, grease. And a small carton of fuses.
Ah, they're all blown. I'm gonna have to make my own one out of a piece of wire.
Hopefully the fuses work. You never know in this place.
What have we got down here? Here's my inventory. Postcard of Biddeford.
That's a postcard of Biddeford. It's very useful for getting from one part of town to the next.
Ah,
I
okay.
can't just go off across the town right now. I've still got things to do here.
Right, that's my map. A camera.
My SLR camera, fitted with a flash too. I never leave home without it.
Ah, cameras. Yep, that would require film. So old. What's that say on it? Urban Tech Solutions.
There's just one fuse left in the box. But at least it looks unused. I reckon it's still out of work.
Okay.
You think you'll be done today? How long does it take to install a new fuse?
I'm going against your time. Which I believe is still
Oh
running.
my god. Who would want to be photographed in front of that backdrop? Well, maybe it was the trend. Once.
It's like so 1990s.
Battered paint can with about half an inch of dust on the lid.
There's a skull down there. Anything else? Water bucket, tap, garden hose, beer crate, basement window. Okay. Oh, right. I have to look at the fuse box again.
Well, that's that. Now all we need is some power. Okay, so let's have a look.
Do we need to put the cover back? Maybe
Let
not.
there be light.
Don't need this anymore.
Spacebar shows you all the interactive points in a scene. Yes, let's have a look. Right, okay. Oh, interesting. There's a whole bunch of different ropes there. See, I can tap it briefly to have them show up. I tap to make them disappear, and I can hold it down to make them show up longer.
A light shaft with a grill. Leads up to the backyard.
There's a tap.
A water faucet. If Fuller had a garden he wanted to water, he could do it from here. But in Fuller's garden, you'd get pretty well nothing to grow.
Have a hose running from the tap in the basement up into the garden? I guess.
An ancient rusted bucket with a little bit of water in it. An old garden hose with more holes than a golf course.
You can tell just by looking at it,
Beer
they're that
crate with
big.
24 bottles. All empty. And the bottles aren't dusty either. Beer doesn't keep long around here.
Is there something else there? No. Okay. Oh, can I move this? Okay, don't step on that. I see nails. Hey, developer. We're going to need that later on, I guess.
If I want to look at awful pictures, then I can do it upstairs in the store. If I want to look at awful pictures...
Yeah.
Photo developer. Looks like it's been there for a while, but the bottle's still sealed, so it could still be good.
At least we won't have to mix our own other, what's it called? Shadow of the Comet.
Fuller will hardly miss it, and even if, I can live with it.
Okay. Yes.
A small container of photo developer from Fuller's basement. It's full to the brim.
Floorboards.
There's not as much dust on the floorboards here. They're almost shiny, in fact. So does Fuller stand here every night with a beer looking at these awful pictures?
Who wants to think that there's actually a hidden door behind there?
So let's go up. A wonderful working day awaits, full of appreciation and deep personal fulfillment. Ugh.
Finally! You make a big deal about going to college, but you're too sappy to replace a fuse. Put that board outside in front of the store. Get on with it!
Okay, can I still just have a look at things?
That's Fuller's camera. It's quite a good one. Huh. If good technology would make up for missing talent, and even a complete idiot like Fuller could shoot good pictures with it.
Thanks, man.
You know, that idiot's kit really isn't too bad. And pretty expensive. The lights look brand new. He's definitely not had them for long. Postcards all show scenes from New England. They're the regular cards you see everywhere around here.
Is he alright? Coughing up a lung.
The picture frames could do with being a little more professionally presented. But to be...
Oh, okay. To be honest, they don't really deserve it.
No wonder Fuller needs some distraction. You don't even get 5 customers a day in here. Huh. Fuller. What can you say? A good reason to have doubts about humanity? I've only been working here a few days, and I've already given up hope that he might, just once, behave like a normal human being. This is probably the most stressful holiday job that I've ever had. Holiday job in a photo studio? Yeah, sure. Great stuff. Learn new things, earn some money. And the reality looks a little different. Fatter and more bald. Know what I'm saying? Excuse me.
What do you want?
I've swapped out the fuse.
Yeah? And now? Do you want a medal? I told you to take the damn sign outside.
Do you have one? I'll take a medal.
The store's not doing too well, is it?
What's that got to do with you?
Nothing. Nothing at all. It's no doubt because of the vast competition here in Biddeford that nothing's going on here. I mean, what else could it be?
This is the only photo studio here.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
The store isn't doing very well. I don't think a cheap sign is gonna change that. But what the hell? The store isn't doing...
Man, please, stop that. They're doing that to get you out of the shop.
Someone's really turned it.
Huh?
You've put it the wrong way around.
Yeah.
I'd like to get some portraits done. Some pretty black and white pictures. Have I come to the right place?
Oh, yeah. You're at just the right place. Black and white photography is my specialty.
Wonderful. So let's get started. My name's Angelina.
Oh, I'm Darren. Let's go inside.
Welcome to Fuller's photography store. What can I do for you?
I wanted to get some portraits done.
Ooh. Very good. We can start right away, dear lady.
But I thought Darren would...
What? But he's just an errand boy. A pretty child like you deserves a real photographer. Here, go and pick up the post and take this letter to Mrs. Biba in the diner in the main square. I've got things to do.
Son of a...
Okay. Let me see. Audio balancing. Put that environmental audio down a fair bit. It's overpowering things. About there?
New England Photo Service. I reckon a person has to be pretty damn desperate to have their pictures taken at Fuller's place. But he's the only photographer in town. And there are plenty of tourists here. Presumably he does most of his business with them. I can't explain it any other way, just how he keeps his head above water.
Nice old building, so.
Most of the pictures here in the window weren't taken by Fuller. In some moment of blinding inspiration, he must have decided to get some proper photographers to promote his business. Of course, they have no idea just how lucky they've been.
Wouldn't it be all stock photos?
A hydrant, just like any other one. I don't see anything special about it.
Let's go into the back alley. Or the backyard. What's in here?
An ancient, rickety tool shed. This is where Fuller keeps the junk that he doesn't just throw somewhere in the yard. So, not much.
Anything in there?
A reel of fishing line. There seems to be a little still on it.
I guess take that. Who knows? You might
Only
need
the
some
line,
fishing
I'm
wire.
afraid. No hook.
Spin dryer. You mean a clothesline?
Fuller hung out the laundry yesterday. For him and his mother. I just found it somewhat surprising that a fat ass like him does the laundry for his mother. Alarming, even. The man is way past 40 and gets bossed around by his mother.
Oh. Okay. I haven't seen one like that with the arms tilted upwards. It also doesn't have, like, wires going in between the arms. How would you hang washing on that? Anyway.
A length of tow rope. A bit more than 2 yards long and in great condition.
Okay.
If somebody told me the old fat pig dumped poisonous waste, then I'd completely believe it.
I can't read what's on it. Looks like the texture's a bit stretched. Hey, another bucket.
A completely rusted bucket with big holes in the bottom of it.
The visuals are, oh, pardon me. The visuals are pretty nice. They're like a mixture of 3D and 2D, I believe. But the 3D objects actually fit in pretty well with the others. Or maybe they're animated.
Office through the window.
They're animated like
Sadly, I can't
sprites.
watch the photo shoot. That's the cage for Fuller's mother's dog. But the dog is usually in the house. At least, I've never seen it here in the cage. The water bowl is completely dry. Perhaps I can still use it.
Well, we'll just take that with us. What's it made of? Solid gold?
The dog bowl from Fuller's backyard. Nobody's gonna miss that. It used to belong to Fuller's mother's dog, but she spoils the little mutt half to death.
Okay. We now have a dog bowl.
A solid iron grill. It's across the light shaft that leads up from the basement. The window's barred. The bars seem pretty strong and are bricked into the wall.
Is there bricks around the window? It looks like wooden slat to me. I'm being picky.
A letter from Fuller. I'm supposed to give it to Mrs. Biber in the diner. She works behind the counter there. A collection note for a package. There's a little shop down on the harbor which is a collection point for all the parcel mail around here. If I hand in the note there, I'll be able to pick up Fuller's delivery.
Okay. Anything else around here? Pivoting window.
The window is open, presumably to let in some fresh air. Or maybe it just doesn't close properly. Who knows?
Okay. A junk shop door. Now, should I be going everywhere absolutely as possible now, or should I be doing the job
I think
portrayed
that's
before
Fuller's
me
car.
first? Given to me first.
I'm not one of those people who knows about such things and goes into fits of ecstasy when they see a classic. Who knows? Is that thing a classic anyway?
Time makes everything a classic.
Well, come on. Come on in. Take a look around. Buy something.
Thanks.
Ah, a young man. You a soldier? Bit slow on the uptake. Have you served?
Sir! No, sir!
Ah, so you want to put me on, do you? Find something for yourself and then beat it.
Okay. What have you got in here?
There are 3 bottles on the shelf. I guess it's hard liquor.
Righto.
Bourbon.
Okay.
I guess those are Eddie's badges from his time in the
Oh,
army.
you do know this guy.
You got that right, boy.
A cupboard full of lots of different things. Books, a record player, boxes, measuring instruments.
You want to buy something?
I'll have a look around first.
It is funny having the characters react to him just muttering to himself. Pipes?
They look like bazookas. Hopefully they're just replicas.
I hope not.
I can't really see what they are.
I prefer my Star Wars figures. Is Lucas ever gonna make the 4th part?
Ooh! Ooh, man, that dates the game. Boy, howdy. Are you young and living in ignorance of the past? Actually, when was this game came out?
Perhaps Eddie picked it up
2009.
somewhere in the Second World War.
Let me just have a look again. I need to refresh my memory about that. Let's see. It doesn't actually say. I mean, Phantom Menace came out in, like, late 90s, early 2000s, so this game must take place in the late 90s. First page. This game came out in 2009. And... story takes place in 1994. Okay, thank you very much. So yes. Right, okay. They're making a joke. It's not so much it's not a joke which is funny with the passage of time. It's a joke made after the fact. Oh, hello. Sorry about that. Wire cutters.
A pair of wire cutters for cutting cable.
Also, thank you for telling me when the game takes place. I think the Black Mirror one took place in 1981 or around. So this takes place 13 years later, I guess. Ugh, pardon me. A
Looks like
projector.
a slide projector from here.
Correct.
Shelves of useless junk.
If you're just gonna bitch, then get lost.
Yep, it's famous. I've seen this picture hundreds of times before.
Was it? Oh, raising a flag at Iwo Jima.
The junk shop owner.
I might have mispronounced
He
that, sorry.
appears to be blind. Maybe he's just putting it on. That would fit with the cliche.
I can hear you talk, man. Hey, what do you think of my...
Tell me,
Oh,
why haven't you served in the military? Over there in Iraq, they could use whoever they can get.
In Iraq, the war finished 2 years ago.
Well, you don't say. Read my lips. President Bush is gonna bring that Saddam to justice.
Sure. You know that Bush is no longer the president, right?
Well, he'll still bring him to justice. Where there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah. Sure. Do you know Fuller?
That idiot next door? Sure I do. You can never choose your neighbors, can you?
You don't seem to like him.
That guy hasn't done one damn decent thing in his life. Lazy bastard just sits around in his store, has his mommy wipe his ass for him, and lets the place fall apart down around his ears. Heed my words. He represents everything that's wrong with this country.
You got that right. From World War II, everything's just been downhill, yeah? Pity we haven't got any decent wars still going on. They've even ditched the draft.
Go ahead. You just make fun of it all, boy. A good licking or a couple of tours in Vietnam, that wouldn't be such a...
What do you mean, such a?
Nothing. The guy's a pig. There's something not right about him. He's hiding something, I'm telling you.
yeah, I think there's a door in his basement behind his photography portraits. Yeah, I know. Hey, what can you tell me
Who are
about
you?
yourself?
Is this your shop?
No! I just busted in here and you've surprised me, just as I was about to clear the place out.
Oh, how amusing. How long you been waiting to roll that one out?
Your generation lacks respect for its elders. I fought for you to live here. I spilt my blood for you.
And I'll pay your pension. So we're quits, Mr.
Edward D. Warren. Ed for short. Or Eddie to my friends.
Hello, Eddie. I'm Darren. Nice shop you got here.
I said
In
friends.
my time, it wasn't customary to speak to older folks using their first name.
But we're living in my time now. Aren't we, Ed?
I think you should find whatever it is you're after, and then scram.
Just like I thought. Play the good citizen, but still chase after every dollar. Like the devil chases souls.
What? I hadn't finished talking to you.
What then?
So, what's life like here in Biddeford?
You're not from around here?
No. I go to college in Boston.
Oh, so you're an intellectual then? Some sort of desk guy, an egghead who just talks clever all day?
No, I'm...
Then you're the artistic type. Some depressive junkie? You're fixing your problems with a self-help group, right?
No, I'm studying physics.
Well, we sure need that stuff. So what brings you here?
I'm visiting my mother over the semester vacation. She's been living here a few months now. Rebecca Michaels?
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Rebecca.
Oh, man. You know my mother by any chance?
Nope. I don't get out much. What's she doing here? Fresh sea air and all that?
You could say that, yeah. A quiet place to retire.
Okay. Anything else here? Looks like there's something in that box down there, but... Oh, a radio.
I bet that's an original radio set from the Second World War. It definitely doesn't look much newer.
It probably would still work perfectly fine. Those were very robust. Not many parts of them to break.
An unbelievable mess of old guns and swords, uniforms, ships, bells, radios. As long as it's old, it's sold here.
Hey, traffic lights.
I've only been here a few days. Exactly the same length of time the traffic lights have been on pause.
Let's go down here. A double click on the interactive game elements will launch the corresponding action immediately.
Years ago, there were pirates around here who used to lure ships under the rocks. They used to light false beacons, and once the ships had run aground on the rocks, they'd row out and rescue the cargo.
Okay.
Pretty senseless driving around Maine in a convertible. But I reckon that's not what it's really about. It was expensive, and that's what counts.
So perceptive. I guess we go in here.
And then I said to him, Jason, I need a new car, urgently.
Oh, yeah. And then?
What can I say? It's parked right outside.
You can't be serious.
Sure, I'm being serious. A convertible. Totally cute.
Girl, you're just gonna have to show me later.
Oh, yes, there's no way I'm not going to do that.
The clock must be busted.
And in this weather.
At least it'll be right
You
twice
lying.
a day.
And what did he do?
Well, he just left her sitting
A
there.
stand displaying a million
Well, she
travel
didn't
guides.
deserve anything better.
New England,
But that's
Quebec,
not all.
England and
joke.
Wales,
There's more?
Holland, the national
Yeah,
parks of
now
the
get
USA,
this.
Tuscany, Hong Kong, etc., etc.
Fork Truck Pete just can't afford that
An
kind
old
of thing.
ship's wheel.
Hey, it's me,
It's
okay?
supposed
And
to
I'm
endow
telling you,
a certain
she saw
maritime
him
charm,
herself.
I guess.
But surely it doesn't look as cute as my new convertible.
Well, hardly.
Talking of which,
Huh.
weren't we going to go
Every
for a little
possible
ride?
kind of form.
Yeah,
Garbage
I'm
and
about
large
to have my
object
lunch break.
collection, telephone
yeah.
rerouting. Here's a form from the Make Our Town Prettier committee. My
And
mom's
what
on the
did your
board of that
Jason
one.
say to that?
It seems you
He
should
doesn't
send in
know a
suggestions
thing
for
about it
improvements
yet.
around the town.
You go, girl.
Now don't you go telling anyone,
Handbills for
okay?
local events.
Girl, of course
Brand
I won't.
New Year
What
Bazaar.
are you thinking of?
Hits a
You're
go-go
a
dance
darling,
till you
Rosie.
drop.
What was
Oh,
that story
man.
again with your new car?
Ice cream.
Coffee mugs,
Where
little
is it then?
lighthouses,
It's parked right
badges,
outside the shop.
life belts with
Ooh,
Biddeford
then we can
stamped
go
on
for a
them.
ride on my lunch
Plastic
break.
house numbers,
But isn't that still a
porcelain
way off?
lobsters,
So what is
plastic
going on with Fork
lobsters,
Truck Pete and that
wooden
sister?
lobsters,
What's her face?
metal
Not the
lobsters.
sister.
What
That's
more
Matt's
could
cousin.
the
That's
tourist
who.
heart yearn for?
I thought she was.
We've got so much attitude. Hey, I've got this.
And then I said to him, Jason, I need a new car, urgently.
Excuse me?
Have you got something wrong with your ears?
No, I just wanted a package.
Something wrong with your eyes then?
Huh?
Listen, I'm talking here. Can't you see that?
Yeah, I can see as clear as day, unfortunately. But I have to collect a package for Fuller at the photo store.
There'll be no line jumping in this store. You're online, okay? Now wait until I'm ready.
Ugh, the young kids today.
Right, I
Always.
thought it was going to be
I'm
something
always
like
having
that.
a fight with them.
Bad parents, that's what it is.
So tell me, what's happening with your new car again?
A
Yes.
convertible. So cute.
I think I'm going to have to do something to set the car alarm off.
That car belongs to the world record talking lady from the shop. That could be useful. Hello? Is it
Ah.
something like my turn now? Please, don't let me rush you.
Oh, what do you want?
I'd like to
I'm
get rid of
supposed to
that
collect
little
something
thing.
for Fuller. From the photo studio?
Collection note?
This note was sent out
This is the one
10
right
years ago.
here. Have you still got another note? There's another package for Fuller here.
Oh, I've just got the one.
Afraid not. Can I take it anyway?
I might turn a blind eye for nice customers.
So you're not gonna give it to me then?
Hell no!
Okay. I'll take a photo. No.
It's got Mrs. Biba scribbled on the envelope. The letter's sealed and I can't.
I wouldn't want you to open it anyway.
Hey, Rosie. Hard at work, I see.
What do you want?
I can't.
Forget it. It's okay.
I don't really feel like talking to you about anything. I should.
Hey, Rosie.
What do you want?
There's a really pretty young lady I've seen walking around here. Do you know her?
That narrows it down.
You had a real good look at her, didn't you?
Do you know her?
Well, I wouldn't say no. She came in here and asked about a photo studio, so I sent her up to Fuller's. She interrupted a conversation I was having with a friend. Can you believe that?
Ha! No way. I don't believe it. Hey, do you know Eddie from the junk shop?
Yeah, sure. I know pretty well everybody here.
So what's going on with him?
He's single. Was never married before either, as far as I know. But hey, who could put up with him for long anyway? Those never-ending war stories. Can you imagine that?
Is he really blind?
I never heard different, but I wouldn't put money on it either. He's a chiseler. Maybe he's got disability just so he can make himself a few bucks.
What brings someone like her, or maybe even you, here to Biddeford?
Someone like me. You mean a fat woman in a state full of fitness freaks. You're one charming kind of guy, aren't you?
No. I meant, why would someone as unfriendly as you work in a town tourist shop of all places?
Well, you ain't exactly a picture of politeness yourself.
But I don't work in a tourist shop either.
Okay, look. I grew up in New Jersey. My father didn't think the neighborhood was good for me or my brothers and sisters. So he got himself a job in a paper mill and dragged us all up here. Satisfied with that?
And you just weren't able to get yourself a job in construction or driving a truck?
Look, you shouldn't go trying to take on someone like me. You're punching way above your weight, son.
Huh, I can't deny that. Thanks.
Yeah.
A letter from Fuller.
Oh, okay. The diner. That man's gone now. Hello, who are you? I'm here to pester you. Or maybe he's sitting over there
A
now.
young woman. She looks sad.
Our charming personality
Everything
will
okay?
cheer everyone up.
No, it's not actually. Carrie died here 2 years ago. She was my best friend.
Oh, I'm sorry. How did it happen?
You're not from around here.
No, I'm from Boston. I'm spending the semester break at my mother's.
Yes. Well, Carrie committed suicide. No one knows why. Everyone loved her. She was intelligent and always happy. I think there's still a picture of her in old Fuller's display window. The young woman with dark hair and green eyes.
Yes, I know that picture. A really pretty woman.
She had so many plans. After studying, she wanted to open a kindergarten here in Biddeford with her husband Jason. I just don't understand it. From one day to the next, she changed completely. became really reclusive. She was depressed, melancholic all the time. No one could reach her anymore. Not even Jason. Even though they loved each other more than anything. Then one day, she just threw herself into the sea.
And no one knows why?
No one. Jason has never gotten over it. He couldn't help her. A few months later, he married that brainless bimbo with a convertible. He probably just felt so lonely. It's definitely got nothing to do with love.
He must have been really lonely.
Excuse me. I'd rather be alone right now.
Of course. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Back there is where the harbor ends and the natural shoreline begins. Just miles and miles dotted with lone houses. Often guest houses and hotels with views over the ocean.
Ocean.
There's barely a single wave today. No wonder. Beautiful weather, not much wind. Back there is where the harbor ends.
Okay. Have a look in the window.
Looks like you can only buy tourist rip-off stuff in here. But the mail for the whole neighborhood gets dropped here too.
Okay. Oh yeah, I've got that postcard I could use to get around. Okay, so that's where we just left from. Oh, I have to have actually been to places on foot first before I can go to them. How do I get from... To the side street. Oh, hello. There's something else over here. A middle bar. The lady's gone.
A flat metal bar. It's broken away from the railings.
Mine now. Yoink.
It's pretty heavy.
It's pretty heavy. Okay. Oh, here we go. Main square. Okay.
Jebediah Biddeford or something like that, I guess.
Another convertible.
What a flashy thing that is. Europeans in particular confuse New England with California and think they should be driving around in convertibles or Mustangs.
They're on completely different coasts. Oh well. Neon sign.
Burgers, fries, and drinks. What more could you need?
Hey, bubblegum
I
machine.
haven't seen such an old bubblegum machine for years. Belongs to the diner. They do that whole nostalgia thing in there too.
I think we've actually got a restaurant around here which is shaped like an American diner.
Yeah, just down the street.
It's kind of odd in
Thanks a lot.
Melbourne. I've never been there though.
Some people.
I wonder if someone's copy is going to be talking to them.
I really don't know if this place makes any money. There's usually a few people whenever I come in. But is that enough? Surely you can't get by on just that.
Hey, a lobster.
A big, ugly plastic lobster. Not particularly appetizing.
Unless you're Homer.
Ketchup, mustard, mayo, salt, pepper, syrup, sugar. And a bottle of vinegar.
If you're near the coast, maybe they give fish and chips. Ooh.
I'll take some bread. Mrs. Bible won't mind.
Yoink. Free bread. Hey there.
A man in a white lab coat. In his 40s, I'd say. Could be a doctor. A man in a white lab coat.
Okay, can't talk to you.
What would a 50s bar be without a jukebox? The world's just wonderful, and aren't we all so very happy type music? Just isn't my thing.
Of course.
The specialty is, of course, lobster. Like everywhere around here. I have to admit they are pretty tasty.
I've never had lobster.
That's Mrs. Biber, I think. As far as I can understand it, she runs this place with a husband. Excuse me.
What can I get you, my boy?
Actually, I'm here to give you something. It's from Fuller in the photo store.
Psst. Hey, come over here.
This will be really unsuspicious.
I can guess what this is about. The dirty old swine. I should have known. Vermin ain't so easy to get rid of. Tell him
You better tell him yourself. Whatever it is, you...
Claire! You gonna talk all day? The customers are waiting!
Get out of here and tell your boss he can go to hell.
Okay, got some blackmail going on.
Jeez. What the hell was that all about then? Huh. She sure didn't seem to be a fan of Fuller's. I got that much. And the guy in the kitchen, he sure wasn't supposed to see that she had mail. There's everything you'd expect from a diner. From breakfast and lunch, to coffee and cake, right up to dinner.
Okay. Can I take some more bread?
I'm not gonna feel any better if I stuff my pockets full of bread.
You might. Alright, take it a vinegar. Yoink.
There's not much left. I don't think anyone will miss it.
Hello? Young man! You're Darren Michaels, aren't you?
Yes, and you are?
Oh, excuse me. My name is Newhouse. I'm a doctor at the health center.
At the health center? You mean at the hospital out there?
Well, yes. We call it the Biddeford Health Center. We aren't just a hospital. We have yoga courses and cookery courses and...
And what do you want from me?
Yes. I know your mother, Darren. We had a date here this morning, to be more precise. Me and her. We wanted to hang up some pictures your mother painted in the health center.
Yes. And?
She's not there. She's normally always... She's always punctual, isn't she? This kind of thing never happens.
Look, I don't have a lot of time right now. I'll give her a call, okay? As soon as I'm back in the store. Maybe she's forgotten about your little meeting, Doc.
If you say so, but actually...
I gotta go. I'll call Mom later and tell her that you're waiting for her in the health center. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Okay. Hey, rubbish bin.
How nice. That's stinking garbage, and I have no particular interest in it.
How many loaves of bread and other things do you have in your pockets right now? Whoop. Sorry. My mouse does not constrain itself to the window.
The diner's run by Mr. and Mrs. Biba. It's not a bad joint. It's done up like a 1950s diner. Yeah, well, at least how we imagine the 50s were.
Feel like the owners would have been alive then. Maybe. Police station, town hall, the hospital, there's a telephone. Am I gonna have to come up with an elaborate scheme to get
That's
some
the
coins
hospital.
to
I
use
was
the
trying
phone?
to keep myself out of there, and up until now, I was doing okay. That's the hospital.
Okay.
That's the entrance to the police station. I never feel too good in the face of the state authorities. I find a lot of the buildings here in the center really big and swanky for such a small town. Especially the town hall. The city must have had money in the past. Perhaps on the back of successful whale hunting. Or maybe they did what we did in Boston in the 19th century. Made money out of selling ice. New England ice was shipped all over the world before we had refrigerators.
Telephone.
A coin-op telephone. It says out of order.
Well,
If I was needing some small change, then I might take a closer look at it. But not right now.
oh, really? Okay, well.
No time. I want to get back to the photo store as quickly as possible.
Oh, okay. Now, now quickly. Let's go.
He's sick. That disgusting pig.
What's going on?
Your lovely boss. Does he always try to grope his customers?
No, only the women.
That's not funny.
No, of course not. What can I say? Fuller's an asshole.
Well, he's never going to see me again. Darren, would you bring the photos to the hotel for me?
Of course. My pleasure.
Thanks, Darren. That's really nice of you. I'm staying at the Wild Coast, room number 5.
No problem. You'll have them this afternoon.
Thanks, my hero. See you later.
Huh. That's the guy from the diner. Is he following Angelina?
Which guy?
Hey, you're gonna gawk her ass right off. Whatever the bitch said, it's all a dirty pack of lies.
Sure.
Back to work. Hey, you got the package?
Yep.
Well then, give it to me.
How'd the photo shoot go?
Ah, shut up.
I only mean the young lady who...
That alley cat's gone, okay? No little goodbye kissy for little Darren. So now, get to work. The shelves here could use with a dusting and the gutter's leaky. And you still gotta take my mama's dogs for a walk. Go back to the post office again and ask if the new photo paper's already arrived. The mailman still hasn't brought a collection note. And the store could also do with a good sweeping.
He's cranky. I guess Angelina did a number on his ego. Nice job. Okay then. But before I start with all that stuff, I'd better give Mom a quick call and remind her she was gonna take the pictures to the hospital. And somehow I've got to get a hold of the film so I can make some prints of Angelina's pictures without Fuller catching me doing it. That's a light box for looking at slides and negatives. On my first day, my friendly boss made it very clear to me that he kept an exact account of the amount of money in the till. A little hint that I shouldn't consider ripping them off.
Okay. Let's go in here then. Hey, a clock.
A cheapo, old-time cuckoo clock. A testament to Fuller's fine taste for stylish interior decoration.
Don't look that bad.
I think Fuller took his mother on a world tour a few years back. Might be a kind of souvenir.
Got it from an old mansion which nearly burned down. Hey, boots.
Those are Fuller's dirty shoes for outside. In here, he wears other dirty shoes.
Okay. Hey, it's Australia.
A greasy map of the world. My World Tour is written next to it. A few places are marked. The USA around Utah, Arizona. Then over to Hawaii. Afterwards comes North Africa, possibly Egypt. Then China, and then Europe. Looks like somewhere in Germany.
Okay.
What have we got here? The US, Hawaii, something illegible, and Europe. Fuller smeared half of it with his filthy paws.
Okay.
A greasy map. The USA.
Not Australia? Ah, missing out. No, I don't want that. I don't want that. Stick my brain on
Greasy
things.
The USA.
Okay. Pizza on top of the fridge.
The whole damn world would make me want to open this door. You've just got to have a look around here to get the impression of what it looks like in there. Should I go through Fuller's garbage? Well, that would mean going through the whole house. I don't think so.
What about a microwave?
Fatso lives on coffee and burritos. That ought to make for an early death.
And pizza, apparently.
A very old-fashioned safe. There's a logo on it. M.T. Schultz, Pittsburgh. Looks at least 100 years old. I find it hard to believe that Fuller hides anything of worth in there. He's more the paranoid type that wants to protect his telephone bill from prying eyes. It's locked. But I've seen how they open these things in those old classic gangster movies.
With dynamite? Or with the hairpin?
It's locked.
You know that's film, right? Can't look at a coffee percolator.
I should call Mom first and remind...
Right, okay. Oh, hang on, there is a phone in there.
Huh. Seems like she's on the phone.
What the hell are you doing using my phone? While you're on the clock? I'm gonna take it out of your...
Yeah, whatever. Look, I just wanted to call my mother, but it was busy. It's not gonna make you go bust.
That broad spends the whole day on the phone, right? She already called up once while I was shooting that sweetie. Some drivel about Adrian in a mirror. I hung up. I got better things to do than listen to that kind of crap.
My mother called, and you didn't tell me?
The old lady's not all there in the head anymore, huh? Where you going? You're not on your own time yet.
Mom? Mom! Mom!
Oh. Oh, I'm actually doing things.
Her heart's beating. She's alive.
Okay.
Mom, can you hear me? Mom! Nothing. But she's still breathing.
Okay, call an ambulance then.
Okay, think, Darren. I need an ambulance. Emergency? Yes. My name is Darren Michaels. I've just found my mother. She's unconscious.
Take her to the hospital, but take it real easy. I'll be following in my car in a minute.
How does it look?
Difficult to say, Dan.
How does it look?
Stumbled.
Yeah, it's difficult to say.
And now she's got a serious head injury. Exactly how bad it is, we can only find that out in the hospital.
But how can she fall so badly that she...
It's not the time for that now. Was your mother taking any kind of medication?
I don't know. She always has a load of painkillers for her back. No idea.
Please, collect anything that looks like medication and bring it back to me in the hospital. What about allergies?
Not that I know about.
That's not good enough. Could you find out the family doctor's number? Perhaps get a hold of her medical records.
Yeah, I'll go look. I'll see you in the hospital.
Very good. Oh, yeah. And we need your mother's insurance card.
That too? Okay, please, can you hurry? Oh man. Medication, insurance card, med history. I better hurry.
Okay. Oh yeah, we've got a diary. Let's have a look at that. Good morning. Oh wow. So organized. He has a contents page for his diary. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay. What about in here? Oh, this is previous view? Okay. Nice that they tidied up the bin.
No, I haven't got the number from Mom's old family doctor. I can't even remember his name, to be honest. Dr. Mick... something. If I read his name, then it'll come straight back to me.
Okay. Yes.
Mom watched whales with this telescope. This is a whale region. The whales swim past here twice a year on their route between Mexico and Canada.
Okay.
There are pictures of me and Mom in the cabinet. I can't see any pictures of my father here. Mom hasn't got many of him. I guess the memory of his death is too painful for her.
Okay.
When I was that was the only time.
Sorry. Sorry. I thought he was going to repeat himself. Something about photos about his father. There's a sink over here.
Oh my god. There really is running water here. I never would have thought it.
Make yourself a cuppa. Okay, we're just going to take the whole kettle.
That's where Mom indulged herself. We had an ancient wood-burning stove at home that she used to cook on. She always said it reminded her of her time as a cook back in England. Enough of that.
I can put it back.
Mum's handbag. All her papers must be in there.
Oh? Oh, pill dispenser.
That's Mum's medicine dispenser. There's a box for every day of the week. She always used to joke about it. She said that because of her back, she consumed more pills a day than a whole old folks' home. But she never took as much as she was actually prescribed. She always maintained that she'd just forgotten to. The old home doctor then gave her the dispenser at some point. I always found it rather stupid not to take your medicine, preferring to suffer in agony. That's gotta be most of the medication, but maybe she's got more somewhere else. I should check. It looks like Mum was having a cup of tea while reading, before she fell over.
Over to here?
Alright, I found the insurance card.
Okay.
That's Mum's pill dispenser. I'll hand the whole thing over to the hospital. I guess they'll work out what all the medications are. But that's just part of all the medication. Not all of it by a long shot.
Okay.
My mother's insurance card. The hospital wants it, because it's not enough just being sick.
Hey, headphones.
Mom's into music. That's one thing we have in common. Though our tastes are a little diverse. Mom's Beethoven doesn't mix that well with Nirvana or Pearl Jam.
Yeah, TV.
When I was a kid, we used to always argue about how long I was allowed to watch TV. I used to be able to sit in front of that thing for hours. Now you couldn't get wild horses to drag me in front of one. I can count myself lucky the damn thing didn't completely frazzle my brain.
No consoles? Man.
It's a beautiful lamp. Pity it doesn't work. My mother's old bureau. That's where she keeps her letters and financial papers and such. I don't fancy poking around in there just now.
Don't we need to?
My mother's old bureau.
I guess what we're looking for won't be in there.
Mom likes thrillers and horror stories. Mainly old stuff. Edgar Allan Poe and the like. Perhaps it has something to do with her time in England. She's often told me that she worked in a castle that could well have come straight out of one of these books.
Book's got title Walk on Water on it. Not familiar to me.
A plant on the windowsill. No idea what kind it is.
It's like a picture of a medieval setting over here on the wall.
I think the furniture's still from her time in England. Quite old-fashioned, but stylish somehow.
I wonder how they got the bed in here. Maybe they took it apart.
What do we got here? Handkerchiefs, a glasses case, an art magazine, a few Valerian draggies. Nothing I could use.
What? Don't know what those are.
A bedside table lamp with a paper shade and a ceramic base. Cream colored.
Okay. Oh. There's two drawers in it.
My mother's address book. I ought to find her doctor's number in there.
Okay.
Let's see. It won't open. It's got a leather strap running from the back to the front cover, and there's a lock on it too. I need a key.
I feel in a situation like this, I'd probably take a knife to it.
We've already just had a few days of warm, sunny weather back to back. It's supposed to get worse tomorrow. Looks like there's something under the flower pot.
Yep.
It's a little brass key. Yes, and that's got the address book open.
Okay.
Now then, what was that doctor called? Dr. Wakefield. That's him. And here's his number. I just hope he's still got my mother's old medical records.
Okay. Let's go into the bathroom.
Mom's bathroom.
Oh.
Like her old place, nothing special. We weren't poor, but my mother was always modest. And by the looks of it, so is this place.
Okay.
I had a shower here this morning, and Mom laid on a huge breakfast. I ate some of it, for her sake. Huh. Back at uni, I usually don't eat anything in the morning.
That looks familiar. That's a scene. Isn't that a scene from the Black Mirror one? Yeah, it's the lighthouse. You find what's his name in.
An old lighthouse. Underneath's a sign with Willow Creek written on it. Perhaps it's from the place in England where she lived. She first came to the US in her early 30s, after the accident.
Okay.
Aha, some medicines. Boxes, little bottles, tubes. I'll take it all with me.
Yoink. Oh, okay, we added them together.
That's it. I found all the medication. That has to be all my mom's medication. Using this weekly pill dispenser, the doctors can be sure of the dosage. Toothpaste, face cream, no other medication in here. I had a shower. I ate some.
Okay. Oh, actually, I wanted to see something. Those look like the correct plugs for America, I think.
My mother keeps her pots and pans and that kind of stuff in these cupboards. A few pots, a shallow bowl, plates, a tray. I'll take the bowl.
We'll balance it on our head. Look at how much stuff we've got. With all these items, I shall create an automatic duck feeding machine. Why the ball? Why not the other stuff? It's gonna be funny if I don't need some of these items and it just ends up being like extraneous stuff you can pick up for no reason. So thank you very much for the follow, Zashara.
Dr. Wakefield, 555.
Dr. Wakefield's practice?
My name's Darren Michaels. I have to speak to the doctor. It's an emergency.
One moment, please. Dr. Wakefield speaking.
Hello, Dr. Wakefield. This is Darren Michaels.
Darren, is there something wrong with your mother? Mandy said...
Yes, she's been taken to the hospital. She's fallen over and taken a knock to the head. She's not responsive.
My God.
The hospital needs her medical history. Do you still have it?
Yes, we must still have it here.
Can you fax it over to the hospital?
Yes, of course. Hopefully nothing's happened to her back.
Wouldn't the support corset protect her?
Not necessarily. The corset supports her spine when she's standing up or sitting, but her back has been so badly affected since the accident that a fall can have repercussions.
I don't think I want to know. I'll just go down to the hospital and find out there.
Do that. I'll have the records sent to Biddeford. I hope your mother gets well soon.
Yeah, me too.
Give her my best wishes as soon as she's awake.
I'll do that. See you later, Doc.
Right, we're in the era of fax.
Well, that's done. Dr. Wakefield has always cared well for Mom. With that back of hers, she could barely stand, sit, or lie down without causing her pain. And then she has the burns as well. And now this.
I think I see where it's going with things. Unless the game's going to do a curveball. You think it's possible that the game's got dummy items? You sure there's adventure games with such mechanics, useless items? There are. The one off the top of my head at the moment is Escape from Monkey Island.
Just get dressed and then go straight to the hospital.
Where you can get a whole bunch of unnecessary prosthetics. And make an abomination out of them. And it doesn't do anything except jump and spot and then it falls apart. Oh, it's actually changed his clothes. Can't think of another one off the top of my head. I don't think it was a thing in the Black Mirror 1, so I'm not really expecting it in this one. But then again, this is a different developer, so they might have different design philosophies.
Hello, I'd like to see my mom, Rebecca Michaels.
One moment. Your mother is still being examined. Have you got the medication with you?
Yes, here. Oh, and I've also got the insurance stuff. When can I...
Ah, thank you, thank you. I will tell Dr. Newhouse. Please take a seat for a moment. I will let you know when you can go in and see your mother. Excuse me, Mr. Michaels?
Yes?
There is a problem with your mother's insurance card. It looks like she didn't make the last payment.
I don't know anything about that. And I really don't give a damn.
Obviously, it's a little unpleasant, but the insurance...
Look, I don't give a damn about the insurance. What's happening with my mom? How long is this thing gonna take?
I'm sure you'll be able to see her soon. But if we can't clear up this thing with the insurance, then we've got a problem here. You'll have to... Okay, Doctor. You can see your mother now. The room at the end on the right. Mr. Michaels? I can't help it if your mother hasn't paid, or if the bank hasn't made the transfer, or if the medical insurance won't cover the treatment. Here, take the card with you and sort it out. In the end, your mother will be back on her feet, but she won't have a roof over her head anymore.
Thanks.
Thanks. How is she?
Not good, I'm afraid. The wounds to her head are quite severe. She must have fallen against the table with all her weight behind her.
Is she going to...
One should never give up hope. But your mother's in a coma, Darren. I'm sorry, but it's rather uncommon for someone to wake from a deep coma. Perhaps if she'd been discovered earlier, and there wouldn't have been so much bleeding in her skull.
You're saying that if I'd gone to her straight after our talk, then she wouldn't be here now, lying in a coma?
But my boy, you couldn't possibly have known.
Yeah, how could I have known? Fuller.
Sorry?
Fuller! She phoned the photo store. She wanted to speak to me, and Fuller just hung up on her.
Wait, no, that's completely...
She was conscious and wanted help, but Fuller...
Darren, get a grip. It was an accident. No one's to blame, and you should just...
Just what? Simply sit here at the bedside and hope that she gets better? I can't barely believe that.
Darren! You must...
Thanks for your help.
We'll look after your mother round the clock, Darren. You're welcome to stay here. I'll pop in again later.
I'm not gonna stay here. I still have things to sort out. That fat bastard's gonna pay for this.
It's all going to be a misunderstanding, I'm sure.
Typical hospital chic.
Hey, it's simple. It needs to be cleaned regularly.
There's a little medicine bottle lying here. Perhaps it belonged to the patient who was here before my mother. Laxativa. A powerful laxative. Sounds useful. The monitor shows my mother's vital signs. Pulse, breathing, etc. No idea if the values are positive. There's a stethoscope. Presumably someone from the clinic forgot it when washing their hands. Doc Newhouse has definitely still got his.
Okay.
It seems to... She looks so weak. My mom always had a fighting spirit, and all this just because she tripped. Probably rushing around again, doing someone or other a favor. And then that stupid cupboard. Oh, and Fuller, if he even... I'm gonna squeeze him dry for this.
Anything in the cupboard? Hey, there's a case up here.
That doesn't belong to my mom. Maybe it's from the person who was in here before her. I guess I should have packed a case like that for my mother, too.
You're not that far away. Hey, scales.
A set of scales. Maybe for overweight patients? They certainly look a bit more solid than the ones you have in your bathroom at home.
If you're lying in bed all the time,
leave the scales here. What would I do with scales?
Be a fish.
No, I can't tell you that. You can talk to her son if you like. He's just... There he is.
Hey! Hey! You! What the hell?
Hello, who was that?
Nurse, and perhaps an administrator as well. They could well be one and the same nowadays. The way things look, it seems that healing the patients is a kind of secondary activity. Hi.
Hello, Mr. Michaels. What can I do for you?
Well, I guess you can't really tell me much more about Mom.
What do you think? You reckon my mom's gonna be okay?
Oh, you never can know. But For sure, there are people who come out of comas after much worse accidents than your mother's.
And folks who die from much less serious accidents.
You mustn't give up hope. Pray for your mother.
Statistically speaking, that has no effect whatsoever. I'll save my time. What did that guy want?
He was asking about your mother.
What did he want to know?
He wanted to know if
If she made it?
Yes. But I told him we're not allowed to give out patient information. He ought to speak to you.
I don't know the guy, but he's gone out of his way to avoid me twice already. You know who he is?
I'm sorry, no. But he's got an accent. I think he's British. But with something else, too.
Listen, I don't want that guy anywhere near my mother. You understand?
Of course.
This Dr. Newhouse, what's he like?
Oh, he's very charming. A really nice guy. He isn't from around here. He came to Biddeford a couple of years back. But he's really settled and got on well, and...
Yeah, nice story. I wanted to know if he was a competent doctor.
Oh, yes, of course. He used to run a huge hospital in Atlanta. He's apparently rather overqualified to be working in a little place like Biddeford. But I think he enjoys the small-town life. Your mother is in good hands.
Okay.
Are you from around here?
You could say that. I grew up here.
Then you surely must be able to tell me some exciting stories about the place.
Ah, well, not really all that much happens here. You know, a young woman killed herself a couple of years back. She jumped into the ocean, and they had to call in extra divers to help search for her. They didn't save her, though. They never even found the body. But apart from that, there's never really much happening here.
You mean Carrie? Did you know her?
Yes, we used to go to aerobics together.
Any idea why she killed herself?
We'd all like to know the answer to that one. She was always so happy. We used to have lots of laughs together. But then, she changed. She also stopped coming to the sports events, and I lost touch with her. I had no idea she was having such a hard time with herself.
Thanks for the info.
It might be useful at some point.
About all this insurance garbage.
Best to have a look through your mother's bank transfers. If she's transferred the money, then it's up to the bank and the insurance company to slug it out between themselves. You can simply drop it by with the certificate if you like. Then I'll see to it.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks very much for
No problem.
Anything else here we can have a look at? Index boxes.
Perhaps there are medical records or bills in the cupboard. Forms, transfers. Making people well again is just an aside.
Magazines.
A few glossies and a health magazine. Oh well. I'll take the fashion magazine here. Oh, and the auto magazine.
Please, sir, those are for people waiting.
When the Temple of Liberty has been established, will the people know how to decorate it? We're decorating our country of liberty with cameras.
Hey, chairs.
I don't want to just sit here and wait for some news. I can drop by at any time and ask how she's doing.
You take the chair with you. No? Can we have a look at any other place? Soda machine? What type of vending machine's that? I've never seen a vending machine like that. That looks like something out of, like, Half-Life 2.
A soda machine. Chucks out various kinds of sugared water.
You're a university student. Presumably, you've had quite a lot of that. Oh, you have got money?
A bottle of soda. Great.
American sure makes some weird soda machines. Isn't it? It doesn't look like any of the ones I've seen. I mean, aside from the fact, you know, it doesn't have, like, Coca-Cola plastered on front of it. Like, that's the shape of it. It kind of looks more like a coffee vending machine than anything else, but even that would have, like, the slot up here. Yeah, well, whatever.
There seems to be dozens of cameras in this building. Perhaps they should film the screens, just to make sure everything's being filmed.
They've got a camera in the security office. I mean, I guess that's good practice. Mortuary?
A gray door with a frosted glass window. The sign over there says pathology.
Okay. So what was the soda I got? Soda bottle. Yep, that's the soda. Okay. Oh, okay, we just go straight back here. Right, let's leave. We'll go to... house? This one, I guess.
There's no choice. I can't believe I've got to scrabble around in my mother's private things so the damn insurance company doesn't let her die. I mean, what are they gonna do if I can't find any proof that my mother transferred that money? Throw her out of the door in her bed? Alright, come on, Darren.
No, it'd just be footed with the entirety of the bill. Oh! It's got a slide puzzle on it. Fantastic. I hate this bureau. Oh. Right, so which one's the floor? That's the bottom one, I think. Did I have a border? No, it doesn't look like it. This needs to go... This is the left edge, I think. So that needs to go there. Or that goes there. That one goes... No. No, that's right. These ones are right. Because there's a door there, so that has to be higher up. That doesn't go there, so... Right, so that goes on top of there. Yes, like that. Okay, that lines up. That goes there, then. The problem is with these, I've never gotten stuck in my head how I'm supposed to move these around to get other pieces in position. I need to, like, shift this all over one. Okay, so that's the roof there. That needs to go over there. So that's the top left corner. That one's the bottom left corner. That one's the middle. Okay. Might have been a better way for me to do this, but we're doing it this way. At least I can skip the animation. Thank you, developers. Right, this one. Hang on. How do I get that there? This is a problem of me trying to, like, figure out where I'm supposed to move things. Okay. Just do it bit by bit. I think the hole's going to be over there. I'm getting stuck in the loop, but I can't. Oh, that didn't help. Yeah, I've lost all the pattern attempting now. These ones have to be around the other way, and this has to be over there. One moment. I'm looking up movements to get a piece from one spot to another. Mm. I'm just gonna keep messing around with this. Thing is, I get lost in like the movements. I can't keep track of where they're going, so. Damn. Okay. Sorry. We're not stuck on it still. So that was pretty good.
A packet of cigarettes. Is Mom a secret smoker?
I think you'd know.
Pencils. Run-of-the-mill pencils. Huh. A little wooden box. I've never seen it before. Ah, there's Mom's transfer book. That's what I was looking for. I'll take both.
Yoink, yoink.
I'll leave that here. You always need a sharpener for pencils, and I can't see any here.
That's why I use mechanical pencils. He just needed an endless supply of the leads. Okay, should we lock this again? I guess not. Oh, we did. Okay, good.
The little wooden box I found in my mother's bedroom. It's quite hefty, seems to be solid wood. It won't open. There are some kind of symbols on the lid, but I can't even begin to work out what they are. I don't know about all this kind of stuff. Let's see. I reckon that these are my mom's account transactions. This is the rent, and here's 18 bucks, 45 to the phone company. Aha, and here's the transfer to the insurance company. That's from last month, so she has paid. Those guys need to kick up the butt. What's this? A letter? Dear Rebecca, I have received your letter and am pleased that you're well. Of course, I will furthermore send you the full amount. Your suggestion is well intended, and I wouldn't have expected anything else from you. But there's absolutely no question about your receiving any less, even if he has now left home. You have done a wonderful job, and it's now time that you did something for yourself. Enjoy your life in Maine. With love, C.
Okay.
Strange. The full amount. Even if he's out of the house now? What's that all about? Here's my mom receiving a fat payment from... a $1,500 transfer from a bank in England. BCW Bank, Willow Creek Branch. Willow Creek? That name's familiar. Mom used to live in England, but was it in this Willow Creek? And who is this C character? And why is he sending her money? Here it is again. And there! She seems to get the same amount every month. Seems to be practically her only source of income. I don't get it. She always told me she got a monthly injury compensation payment from insurance of the guy who caused the crash, which also killed my father. I definitely wasn't supposed to see that. Suppose it didn't really matter to me either. It's just that... It's just not like my mother to keep secrets from me. I'll ask her why she's lied to me as soon as she gets better.
Okay. I guess we can go back to the hospital now. Why did you make payments for medical insurance, like, bi-yearly? Or yearly, not monthly? I don't know. Hello, I have this.
I have my mother's bank transfers here. She's already paid for the damn insurance.
I was thinking the same thing myself. You know, the insurance company has made a boo-boo. Can I have them? Don't worry, I'll get on it.
So that will be the end of it then?
Yes, I'll clear it all up with them.
Good.
Okie dokie. I guess it would be nice if you maybe just copied the entry instead of taking the entire book, but, oh well. Any better? No.
The mirror. Don't go through the mirror.
Mom? Mom, are you awake? Did I just imagine that? No, I couldn't have. My wrist still hurts. She must have been terribly afraid of something. But what did she mean? I'm standing here in front of my mother who's lying in a coma, and all I can think of is her lying to me about her accident. Just what kind of a person am I?
A moody teen. Nothing else here. What have we got? Okay. Do we have to mix, like, laxative with the soda?
A good idea. But how do I get the laxative into the bottle without damaging the cap?
Okay, we have to find a syringe somewhere then. I mean, did they not have one in the hospital?
I'm not particularly morbid, so I think I'll...
Okay. Let me just see if there's anything I've missed. No, okay.
The back door is locked from the inside.
Okie dokie. Oh, that wasn't where I meant to go.
Whoa, that can't be right. It's the guy from the hospital with Fuller. Who is that guy? And what's he got to do with Fuller? I ought to listen in. I can still get Fuller a talking to afterwards. Huh. The window is directly above the door. Perhaps I can somehow unhook the lock through the window.
I think a bunch of our items are going to come in handy.
I'm not gonna get anywhere with the fishing line on its own.
Okay. This is where I should have picked up a nail from the board at the beginning of the game so that I had a bent one to hook the latch with.
Ropes are always good.
Okay, I guess we just take all that. Ah, the handle.
The handle's busted off. I'm gonna leave the bucket there. There really isn't much more I can do with it.
So you're already holding a kettle, a dog bowl, a bowl, a metal tube. Anyway, okay.
Not exactly a fishing rod, but maybe I can catch something else with it. That should work. I've just got to be really quiet. If the handle hits against the door, they're both sure to hear it.
I should have put padding on it. Wrap it in bread.
Done it. And they didn't notice anything.
They didn't even hear it clang to the floor when you dropped
The door
it.
is open again. I can go in. I just hope it doesn't squeak.
Yeah, Angelina. That might have been it. I wrote down the surname as well. For another $10, I might even remember where I put the note.
Not necessary. I know her surname. And your assistant, what about him?
Oh.
What assist? Oh, you mean Darren? That's my errand boy. He works here in the semester holidays.
A good errand boy is worth a lot. What do you know about him?
Why are you interested in him? You want to poach him from me? No problemo. For $100, I'll even write his notice straight away. What the hell? We'll say 50.
Not interested. Do you know him well?
What's with all the questions? His mother came in and asked if he could work here for a few weeks. He's a pussy! One of the eternally afflicted. Oh, I feel so bad and the world is so unfair and it all makes no sense. Boo-hoo.
So you don't know him?
And I've got no
That was close. They're both heading for the exit and I'm none the wiser. Who is this guy following then? Me? Or Angelina? And why? I'm gonna ask Angelina about the man. She's British, and that guy's got a British accent. You never know, perhaps she knows him. But first, I've got unfinished business with Fuller.
Of course, naturally, all British people have a, I don't know what you'd say, complete relationship with each other.
Hey, where's the big jellyfish?
I'm finding this
These
interesting.
photo mounts are made of a kind of pressed card. You can stick photos into them to make them easier to hang. The drawback is that they can get easily dusty.
I have to deal with a lot of photos glued to the to backing boards in my digitization work. It's not that much of a problem. If the backing boards have been looked after, then they're just flat. It's just cardboard. So it's not that big of a problem to scan them. If they've not been cared for, though, they can have warped. And that makes it more harder to press them flat. Mostly it's just a bit of a shame to see the photos glued to the backing board, because they get wrinkly from the glue adhered to the back of them. Anyway. All the British know each other. Well, of course. It's like an instinct. Just immediately tell when someone else is part of the UK. We got Fixer, a developer dish, cupboard,
An old, rather battered locker. Water and all sorts of other liquids have splashed on its door and left their mark. That's a photo enlarger. You put the developed film in the top and then lay a sheet of photo paper on the table below. The picture is projected onto the sheet and so exposes the paper at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
A small bottle of photographic fixer. There's not a lot left in there, but it ought to do for one more use, I think.
93. There would have been scanners around at the time. I think. They would have been very common. Probably certainly not for a small store like this, though. Now, what have they been?
The undeveloped film is placed in this container. Then the developer fluid is added, and after a short while, the film is developed.
Say so, but they wouldn't have been using them. Anyway.
A flat dish about A3 size. If you're making photo prints in it, you have to have diluted developer in it.
Yeah, okay. Now we've got a sink of red liquid over here, and paint, and all kinds of stuff. Hey, water.
A bottle of distilled water. I'll take that with me.
Yoink. Do we want some scissors? No? They could be useful. Some pegs. There's a there's a
completely
bin
normal
over here.
waste bin. I'll make a note of that in case I want to throw anything away.
No? Okay. No, I might need it.
Many of the things here are overpriced, but that's obvious. There's only one photo store in town. He takes advantage of that.
I remember at the time we'd usually get our photographs developed at the post office. Well, I guess that wouldn't always be the case. Or maybe the post office would take them and then send them off to a place to get them developed. Nope, it's not here. Hey, a pen.
A used up, chewed up ballpoint pen.
Yoink. I hate ballpoint pens. Oh, sorry.
A cheap ballpoint pen. Ugh, complete with teeth marks.
That doesn't look that cheap. It's not like one of those blue hexagonal Bic ones, which is what I was thinking.
No.
No. Fair enough.
It's locked. But I've seen how they...
With a metal tube.
This thing's not called a safe for nothing.
Beat it up. Oh, okay. Oh! Ah! Ah! Hello. I need this.
I'll take it with me. They ought to be able to rustle up another one here.
You brought pens recently because you had to sign crud. Otherwise, you've not written in ages, or do you notes in real life are done on your app or your phone, or your PC in a text file? Yeah, I don't really have to write things in person too often. Mostly when I'm making notes when I'm playing games. I always like using a pencil anyway. I do have a, I have a pen, but it's a, fountain pen. I just don't like ballpoint pens because the lines they make aren't steady. So you always end up with gaps in them, and I blame them for me, like, pressing down on the page too much. Normal British agony voices. It's me groaning at realizing what they're expecting me to do to open up this safe. Your mechanical pencil was lent that you don't like writing. I've got a really good one here somewhere. It's... yeah, like I gotta show it. But I think I bought it for like, I don't know, $8 or something. And I look at them and they're like 20 or something like that. So it's a pretty good one. It's a Papermate is the brand. But it's like a proper metal one.
Perhaps I could even crack the safe. But at the moment, I don't have a good reason to put my life on the line for it. I don't know what Fuller would do if he caught me.
Okay. Yeah, I know. It's really important information for me to share. Let's see. So obviously I need to find like a syringe somewhere. Because that's how you do this, right? You're putting the laxative...
What the heck?
Yep.
A secret door hidden behind the photo backdrops.
It's got a keypad on it. That's what you do. If you're putting like laxative in a soda, you use a syringe so you don't take the cap off. Paint bucket, floorboards. Secret door.
What the hell are you doing here, boy?
Hello.
Keep your hands off, Fuller. Because of you, my mother's in a coma.
What have I got to do with your mother? Out! Out of my basement! Go on, get out of here!
You should have told me that she called. It was obvious that something was wrong. I swear I'm gonna...
You threatening me? You? Threatening me?
If she doesn't wake up, I am gonna...
Out! Get out of here already! You're fired! Out! Out! Out!
You better pray she doesn't die. That's the only thing that'll save your fat ass.
Get out of here! If I ever catch you here again, you'll end up next to your mother.
You're gonna regret this,
You'll
Fuller.
never do anything, you pussy! You haven't got the balls! You haven't got the guts! You got nothing!
I'll think of something. I'll get him back. That man's gonna pay, you just wait. But I still need the film with Angelina's pictures on it from out of his camera. I could use his darkroom to develop the film and make the prints. If he's not gonna pay me, and that'll do as a partial payment. Now all I have to do is somehow get him out of the store.
Okay.
Morning. Come on. Oh, it's you.
Hello again.
How do you know that? I thought you were blind.
You stink of perfume, like a whorehouse I once visited in Lille. Smells like teen spirit.
If you say so.
I smell like Nevada?
I'd like to buy these wire cutters.
$2. What? You don't want to negotiate? You got too much dough, right? Now you got it coming out of your ears. Never worked a hard day in your life, and you got no idea on the value of $1, I bet.
$2 is $2. In your time, it might have been a meal out and a movie for two. For me, it's half a burger.
Be happy that you can just buy a burger like that. There ain't many beef farmers left. All that imported stuff from the third world has screwed up the prices.
And pretty soon you won't be seeing a single lonesome cowboy herding steers across the prairie and singing those old trail songs around the campfire. Oh.
Yeah. Typical youth humor.
Thank you.
A pair of wire cutters. Pretty heavy duty. Not the latest model, but I'd say they'll do the job.
Okay. That's why I don't want the syringe in the bottle. I've played adventure games. The type of puzzle which they'd have you doing in a game like this. I'm sure there was another game which I played which had something similar in it. Hey, it's a bollard.
Biddeford. People sail out to go fishing.
Oh, sorry.
Whatever. I'd rather keep solid ground under my feet.
The landlubber. Is that a bollard? That's a bollard. These are like wharf posts. What the docks are tied to. These are what you tie ships to. Anyway. Stop me if I'm being overly pedantic. What have we got around here? An armchair.
An armchair. Doesn't look too uncomfortable. But who would want to sit down in this shop with the charming Rosie?
Flags.
Those are banners and flags. Some very stylish, some completely not. I reckon the big ones must be for yachts.
Okay.
Hey, Rosie. Hard at work, I see.
What do you want?
Package.
The other package for Fuller. There must be photo paper in it.
Could well be.
Well, can I have it?
Sure. Note, please.
The collection note? Yes, I don't have one.
Then you'll have to ask your boss for it. Nothing goes out of here without a collection note. You got me?
Okay. Fine.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Fuller lives with his mother over the store.
Right. So we got wire cutters. What can we do with those? Aside from the obvious. No.
A bottle of vinegar from the diner. There's only 2 fingers of the stuff left in it, and it's sticky on the outside. The label's already half off it. I don't want to get drunk.
Okay. Oh, well, I could just press spacebar. Okay, there's nothing else in here.
Man, I would love to smack the old bastard in the teeth.
I guess you have to... Oh, can we go through the back door again?
There's no point sneaking in again. I've got to lure Fuller out of the shop first, so I can take care of Angelina's photos.
Okay.
If this place ever burns down, I'll be the guy holding the match. I can only ask myself just who he conned into making him the elk design. Or then again, maybe he didn't have the picture made. He probably just stole it. Portraits, group pictures, wedding photography, and landscapes. And all of them totally unimaginative. Just as things should be. Ah, yes. And the picture of Carrie. She really was pretty. But it's kind of spooky somehow, being smiled at by a dead person.
Hang on. Haven't been there. That's there. I guess I don't have reason to go there yet. There's a boat in that which isn't actually there. Could there be anything else in here? Stove, bathroom, small table, cupboard, telescope. Anything in the stove?
True, I've never been much of a cook, but it seems a bit dumb to turn on the stove when there's nothing sitting on it.
Ah.
The kettle's full. The water will start to boil and steam. As I'm not much of a tea drinker, boiling water isn't much use to me. The water will start to...
No? I thought we were going to remove the label from the vinegar bottle. Perhaps something later on. I can hear, like, talking in this room.
I don't think I'll find anything in. Nothing else there.
Okay, there's nothing else here, it looks
I
like.
don't think I'll
Okay. Anything else in the bathroom? No. Okay.
Huh. I could try to lure Fuller out of the store with a phone call, but I've got no idea how. And he'd recognize my voice, too. Perhaps I can find someone who'll do it for me.
Okay.
What would I want there?
Let's go have a look at the diner. Maybe something's changed over there. Hello.
A guy in a uniform. Seems to be a security guard. Someone who guards over other people's money for money. The pinnacle of our society. Sorry, Mrs. Biber? I no longer work for Fuller.
Good for you.
I don't know what's going on between you and Fuller, but I've got nothing to do with it. Mind if I ask you a few things?
If it's not gonna take too long.
Can you tell me anything about Carrie? She's supposed to have killed herself?
Yeah. Carrie. She was a really sweet girl. Always ready to help, always friendly. She wanted to open a kindergarten here. There's not much in the way of childcare around here. Parents have to take their kids for miles to find a place. She was such a lovely girl. She still had her whole life in front of her.
I saw a photo of her in Fuller's shop window. She was really pretty.
If I'd only known. Poor thing.
How do you mean?
It's not important. Too late anyway.
What can you tell me about Biddeford?
I grew up here. I guess I always wanted to move away from here.
But, well, that never happened.
I met my husband when I was 17. And we opened the diner here. It was a wonderful time.
Ah, yes.
I couldn't have known then that he was so... that he... I have to get back to work. You want anything else?
They got 2 or 3 people working in the kitchen. One of them's Mr. Biber. Mrs. Biber works out here on her own. Looks like she really works her butt off. They're supposed to represent something like portholes. In reality, they're glazed display cabinets.
Okay.
No thanks.
Okay. Oh, hang on. Maybe now you want to go through it.
How nice. That's stinking garbage.
No? Okay.
Most of the year, an open-top car is a bad idea around here. With that kind of weather, Biddeford should make the raincoat a national uniform.
So I can't use that phone. Ask you about something?
I don't want to stop her from doing it.
No? Okay.
I don't need much more.
Do you have anything else to say?
Total sincerity and starry-eyed idealism always annoyed me. I always had an honest and decent example in my mind's eye, if I wasn't being perfect myself. But now I'm sure that she lied to me, and I'm even more unhappy about that. What else is she hiding from me? And why?
I kind of understand what I need to do, at least in part. I get the feeling that I need to talk to someone in particular about someone. Hello.
Hey, Rosie. Hard at work.
What do you want?
Does Fuller often get packages delivered here?
Yeah, a few times a month.
Why doesn't he have the packages delivered to his store?
He does, but when he's not there, the mailman delivers them here and then Fuller picks them up for himself.
Do you know what was inside the package that I picked up a little while back?
How should I?
Huh. You know the Bibers?
From the diner? Sure I do.
What can you tell me about them?
I don't gossip, but her marriage ain't exactly the best.
Really?
Yeah, she's apparently very nice, a little jaded and stressed out. Can't ever forget her work. But him, he's an asshole. Been boozing for 2 or 3 years and is a bit free with his fists.
Why doesn't she leave him then?
No idea. She's real dependent on him. The diner belongs to the both of them. And besides, where would she go? Nobody would take her.
What can you tell me about Dr. Newhouse?
The Newhouses? Well, they came here a few years back. He was a big cheese in Boston. Miss Newhouse has brought a good bit of style to this little town. I know her. My girlfriend Betty is her best friend.
Really? She gossips as much too?
We don't gossip, okay? You really want to know all this stuff?
Is that a girlfriend of yours?
Yeah, one of my best ones.
Does she sit about in this store the whole day?
Excuse me? I wouldn't know what that would have to do with you.
I just mean, has she got a job or not?
She doesn't need one. Actually, her husband has plenty of dough. And even if he didn't, then she could easily earn good money working as a photo model.
As a photo model, huh? That could maybe help me out some.
Oh, really?
Nothing. It's okay.
Great.
Hey, Rosie. Did you know Carrie, Jason's first wife?
Of course I knew her. I know everyone in Biddeford. At the end of the day, this is the only post office.
And what was she like?
What's that got to do with you?
I just wanted to chat a little.
Well, we never spoke too much. She was always so quiet. No comparison with Juliet. At least with her, you can have a decent conversation. Jason's so lucky he got her now. That really wasn't a life for a guy like Jason, with someone like that dragging him down. Now, at least he's got a life.
Ah, so lucky.
Just between you and me, one shouldn't speak ill of the dead. But that Carrie, she was always a little strange.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Hello.
Huh. The bimbo reads fashion magazines. Why is she doing that here? Excuse me, ma'am.
Oh, it's you, the hoodlum from this morning.
Yeah, well, I was in a rush. An important job to do.
No reason to be impolite.
Of course not. I've noticed you're really into those fashion magazines. Are you a model?
Me? No.
You're joking. You must have at least thought about becoming a photo model.
Actually, I have been approached.
Oh, well, that goes without saying. You see, I work for a magazine from down south. Ladies in Chrome.
I've never heard of it.
It's the high society magazine in the south. The magazine for the top 10,000. I'm working on a piece about life and style in the far north.
Really? How exciting.
Maybe you have some recent photos. I'd love to show our readers what fine taste people up here in the north have. This is your stylish convertible, right?
It is! And I'd be happy to be at your disposal for your story. But I don't have any photos.
That shouldn't be any problem. There's an excellent photographer in town, isn't there?
Fuller? You can't be serious. That savage would never be able to like me properly.
Oh, so you don't know?
What don't I know?
Who Fuller really is. He's an internationally renowned star photographer from New Zealand. He's been living here incognito for a few years. He's working on his life's
him on
work.
the Kiwis.
He's documenting normal folks' lives here in America. Of course, he's got to stay unrecognized to do that.
That's... No, I can't believe that.
I swear, in a few years, when he's finished his work, it'll be the photographic sensation of the decade.
I can't believe it. Show me some of his pictures, then we'll see.
Well, all right then. But don't run away.
No way.
Okay.
My God, what a lame story. But vanity has always been the biggest weakness for those kind of folks. If I can show her a few reasonable photos, then perhaps she'll lure Fuller out of the shop for me.
This protagonist we've got here is extremely judgmental of basically everyone he comes across. Everyone in the game is kind of a caricature. Hey, I've got these magazines here which you could have a look at. I guess those might count.
Look, I've got a few of Fuller's earlier works.
Really? Show me. Which pictures are by him?
Oh, that one there. Oh, and there too. Oh, and here's another one. Exactly. Yep, that one here.
They're really wonderful.
It was all just for the money. In reality, he's an artist, you see. But the project here in Biddeford is his real passion. Living incognito amongst us common folks, working on his masterpiece. Can you imagine what an effort it must have been for such a cultivated and refined man like Fuller to play a primitive, stinking, sweaty asshole?
That's true art.
You should call him. He could photograph you in your car up on the cliff top.
Now?
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I've got to hurry, my lady. I've got a deadline to meet in Dallas, you see.
Oh, of course. I'll call from my car phone and arrange a photo shoot.
Oh, excellent. Oh, but don't let him realize that you know his true identity. Who knows what that'd do to his artistic spirit.
I understand. Thank you so much.
Oh, no problem. Shall we meet here again this evening?
Agreed.
Okay. Man.
Unbelievable.
A car phone. So fancy.
And there he goes. Now I ought to have a few hours to get Angelina's film and develop some pictures in the darkroom.
Okie dokie. Guess we go in the back door again, the same way which we did last time. He did lock the back door? Hmm.
Nothing stands out. Perhaps this little angular hole on the clock face. Is that how you wind it up?
Possibly.
Hey, there's a small opening. I could easily fit my finger in there.
What about the pen?
If Fuller had bought one of those trendy angular pens with 4 different colors in it, it might actually work.
Ah, yes. They were so fancy in 93. I know I wanted one when I was in primary school. You had, like, blue and red and green. Actually neat that the game makes a point that this isn't one of the hexagonal pins. We could stuff it full of bread. No, we feed the cuckoo in the clock bread. Okay, well, let's open up the safe.
Alright, let's see. But I need to get a move on. Fuller's had a clock built into it, so there's a time limit.
Oh, I have to... Stupid. No, I can't quit. Okay.
Hey, that sounds
I was
good.
worried for a moment there that I was doing it wrong. It's just back and forth. Because some of them it's like, I think you have to do like a full rotation. Anyway.
Yes, there you go. Aha, a film cartridge. Those will be the photos of Angelina.
There we go.
Well, apart from that, there's just a few papers, a folder, and, whoa, a pistol. I'd better leave everything where it is. As soon as I've developed the pictures and made copies, I'll pay Angelina a visit in the hotel. I could really do with a bit of a distraction. Alright, now I've got everything I need to develop the films. Let's go.
Okay. Can we open up the till? Probably set an alarm off.
I'm not interested in the cash till.
Yeah, okay.
First of all, light off. That's enough. The developer also has to be diluted.
Ah, we don't have the, paper.
A completely normal waste bin.
We don't have the, the note to get the photo paper from the post office. So I need that first. I guess down in the basement. Okay, I see. It went on a... Anyway. Okay. Arizona, Hawaii... Egypt... China, and then Europe, I think. Let me just write that down. Okay. Let's see. Monument Valley. Then beach. Then Egypt.
That's got it. The clips are off and the screen's gone up.
Okay. Let me make another save.
A heavy metal door. You can see quite clearly that it's been set into the wall at some later date. I have to ask myself just what Fuller's hiding behind there. It can't be anything good. No chance. There's nothing moving here. I guess I have to type in the correct number into the numeric pad. This place in the floor has definitely got something to do with Fuller's secret door. But right now I've got more important things to do than snoop around after Fuller.
Oh, okay. So, just, that's something which we can do later, I guess.
I can't do anything with that. The hinges on the basement grill are rusted. No idea if you could open it. And even if you could, it'd squeak like hell. I wouldn't accept it as a present, even if it didn't stink.
Can I get the candle?
I'll leave it here in case the power drops out again.
Okay.
A timeless, plain and simple 80-watt bulb on a cable. A classic.
With
that water in the bucket, it's only a matter of time until it's completely rusted through.
So where would he have a note? I'd assume on the desk somewhere.
That's just the tripod. Of course, Fuller took his camera with him to the photo shoot with that bimbo. Perhaps the store used to do better before, and he had some savings. Or maybe he bought the new lights on credit. The store couldn't have paid for them, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, when I was tidying up the sales room, there were all these stupid afternoon talk shows on. It almost made me go crazy.
I don't...
Who should I send the card to? My fellow white bread students who I hardly know? Or my mom, who lives a couple of houses away? I'd better leave it. I have to develop Angelina's pictures here anyway. A completely normal waste bin. A completely normal waste. So far, the dish has only got developer in it.
Well, I've got water. I guess I'll just keep doing this until I can't do anymore.
Just as it should be. A dish with about half an inch of diluted developer. A bath of diluted developer. I have to lay the exposed paper in the bath until the picture becomes visible. The longer I leave the picture in the developer, the darker it'll get.
Right, but we don't have the paper.
The dish for the water bath. After the picture becomes visible in the developer bath, the development process is stopped in the water bath.
I just put that in there.
That would be the stop bath.
Okay. Right. But we need the other thing. Oh. Maybe I could just ask for it now because I was so helpful for the person's friend. Helpful in large quotation marks.
Hey, Rosie. Hard at work, I see.
What do you want?
The other package for Fuller. There must be photo paper.
Could well be.
Well...
Sure. Note, please.
Then
you'll have to ask your boss for it. Nothing goes out of here without a collection note. You got me?
Along with all the tourist stuff in the mail, you're the local travel agent too, aren't you? Have you got anything about a place called Willow Creek in England?
Course we do. Take a look back there on the flyers.
How convenient.
Thanks.
Yeah.
This very specific place in England.
Now I wonder, there might be a mention of this Willow Creek place in these travel guides. Really? Willow Creek pops up in the index. Page 42, section Horror, Hauntings, and History. Let's see.
On the trail of Akira, fans of the macabre will certainly get their money's worth in Willow Creek. For in this sleepy little English town is where you can wander in the footsteps of Samuel Gordon, the Worcestershire Ripper. We don't mean the Saucepan. The scion of one of England's oldest families. The Gordon's castle lies close to the town, but is unfortunately not open to guided tours. Murdered 5 people in 1981. Among these were Victor Valley, who was just 12 years old. That was the kid which was helping us, wasn't it? Did he die? I don't remember. I don't think so. I can't remember. It's been a while since I played the game. The Willow Creek Museum awaits a horror-friendly visitor with a... Oh, I read it in the wrong way. The horror-friendly visitor with a permanent display relating to the murders, as well as guided tours from April through to October. Rent a room in the former Ashbury Sanatorium, where the mad scientist Robert Gordon once made cruel experiments with the inhabitants. Now you will find the exclusive hotel in this building. Costs per person £50 a night. Yeesh. That's not cheap.
Only a small box. Willow Creek on the trail of the killer. Willow Creek on the trail of a killer. Fans of the macabre will certainly get their money's worth in Willow Creek. For in this sleepy little English town is where you can wander in the footsteps of Samuel Gordon, the Worcestershire Ripper.
Oh, please!
Scion of one of England's oldest families. The Gordon's castle lies close to the town, but is unfortunately not open for guided tours. Murdered 5 people in 1981. Among these was Victor Valley, who was just 12 years old. The Willow Creek Museum awaits the horror-friendly visitor with a permanent display relating to the murders, as well as guided tours from April through to October. Charming little town. And from this horror resort is where my mom gets her monthly payments. Wonderful.
Okay. Well, we learn a bit.
There's a few papers here. Some sort of forms and a pad of blank collection
Well, if we
notes.
can't find the real one, but I guess we could just forge one.
I would imagine that the enchanting Rosie might possibly have some objection to my palming a blank collection note.
Okay. How can we create a distraction?
The other stuff's small ads. This is where the locals sell the junk they no longer need. Lawnmowers, baby cribs, record players. I'll pass.
Get the record players. They'll be worth a fortune in like 20 years. You don't understand how the old tech market's going to just chow down and everything like that. Hey, do you want some bread? No?
Hey, Rose.
What do you want?
Is there maybe a package for me there, Darren Michaels?
Mm-hmm.
Yoink. I can't.
Lovely Rosie hasn't noticed, and I'm now the proud owner of a blank collection note.
Yak, yak, yak. She certainly heard that. We know
Nope,
previously
nothing
that he
there.
actually does speak aloud, because Eddie was commenting on him, on what he was saying, so...
There's a notice hanging on the door. Back soon. Locked. But
Yep. Let's see. Well, I have got his pen.
Good.
How closely can you forge his handwriting and signature?
I filled it out. One package for Fuller at his address. I hope that does it.
Oh, no, hang on.
Dear Rebecca, I really don't or could it be?
No, okay. I thought maybe I had to go there to get a page to be able to forge his signature or something accurately, but I guess I could have just done it here. I guess it's just you need... I guess you don't even necessarily need his pen. You just need a pen, and his pen is just the closest one.
I've filled out the notes so far. Maybe that'll be enough to get the package.
No, probably not, because it doesn't have his signature on it. Hey, I'm going to give this to you, and then it's not going to have a signature on it, and you're going to tell me that.
Hard at work,
And then I'm going to come back with it having a signature on it.
I wanted to pick up Fuller's package with the photo paper.
And it won't be suspicious at all.
I can't accept that.
Why not?
It's not signed.
Fuller has to sign the note?
Stupid. The mailman, of course. Fuller should ask him tomorrow morning. He probably just forgot when he was posting the note through Fuller's door.
It's not possible for me to wait till tomorrow. I wanted to
no,
pick up...
please. I can't.
Why
it's
not?
not
Fuller has
stupid.
Okay. I was going to ask. I was going to ask about the postman, but I guess the postman's the person who's at the diner.
That goes to Biddeford.
Oh, cool. I can actually use the mouse wheel for that. Hello.
I don't want to speak to him.
Maybe I could ask you about the postman.
Mrs. Biber? Has the mailman been here?
Yep. Puck was here taking his lunch break, but that's already some while back.
Where could he be now? I really need to speak to him.
I'm guessing he's probably in the health center.
Okay, thank you.
Hi.
Hello, Mr. Michaels. What can I do for you?
Have you seen the mailman by any chance?
Yes, he was here earlier. He brought your mother some get well cards.
Ah, okay. Thanks. See ya.
Goodbye, Mr. Michaels.
The news of my mother's accident seems to have spread quickly. A couple of people have already sent flowers. So many greetings and get well wishes. I think she's very active in the community, and she's probably got a lot of new friends here. Lots of different people have sent my mother cards. This one's signed P. Puck. Wait a minute. That's the mailman. The mailman signed it, so now I've got a sample. I think I could forge his signature really well.
Great.
Better not now.
Right, okay.
Dr. Newhouse?
Yes.
How is she?
No change. But she's a strong woman.
That's what everyone says. After the accident, she had to bring me up on her own.
Yes, I heard about that. What kind of accident was it?
A car crash. It was in England. We were driving on this tree-lined road. The car got into a skid and we smashed into one of the trees. Dad didn't survive, and Mom's had to wear that support thing ever since. I came away without a scratch.
Do you remember anything about the accident?
What? No. I was only a few years old. No memory of it. I've lived here in the States for as long as I can remember.
It's just that when I examined your mother, I thought her back and neck injuries seemed rather unusual for a collision-type accident. They looked more like injuries from a fall from a considerable height, causing her to have suffered compressed vertebrae.
And what do you mean by that?
Nothing. Nothing at all. If your mother said she was in a car accident, then that must have been the case.
Or she's been lying.
Darren, I certainly didn't mean that.
Huh. Thank you, Doctor.
Heading off to bed, Gibbets? Well, thanks for joining. I hope you have a good rest.
What can you tell me about Mrs. Biba? And do you know her husband?
Oh, now a person shouldn't speak ill of others, but her husband, he's a very unpleasant fellow. He was a big deal in the football team at high school, and Mrs. Biba married him young. Yes, I think she imagined her life turning out some other way.
Like how?
Now, she works hard in the diner. She probably does the work of about 3 people, but I don't think it makes a great deal of money. And her husband, well, let's leave it at that. They certainly don't have a lot of money, just a lot of work. And no love.
Uh-huh. Do you know Fulla?
From the photo store? Yes, a little. I've not had much to do with him. He doesn't get involved in the community. He never comes to the spring flea market or to church.
Yeah, right. Who would have thought it?
I know that your mother got you a job at Fuller's. I advised her against it, but she said you were interested in photography?
That's right. Only my job there doesn't have much to do with photography.
Interesting, the, what's it called, justification of that sentence there. Right instead of left.
So...
No, actually, that was the same.
Crazy good time guy like yourself can surely tell me where all the action is. Here in Biddeford?
Dear me, no. You got me wrong there. I could perhaps give you a few tips on which are the most interesting evening courses at the community center.
No thanks. I'll pass on that one.
I thought you might. Hey, we do put on a disco for young folks every 2 weeks. But I suspect you've rather grown out of all that too.
I don't think I was ever that age. Discos, bars, parties. I was never into that sort of thing.
Your mother mentioned that. You were rather more of a loner, yes?
I've no idea where she got that from.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't intend to.
So, to sum up then, in Biddeford, you're best off being over 50 or dead. Might just suit me.
What? Being over 50?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's it for now, I guess.
If you've got any more things you want to ask, just come and find me.
Okay. I'll just walk off with this get well soon card. I guess we gotta go back here. I could probably do it just anywhere where there isn't someone else. Can I do it out in the street here?
Okay, good. I've got the original. I guess the signature is kinda half decent.
It's gonna end up being something like, sorry, I still can't accept this. Why? Well, the postman always signs it with a red pen. Sorry. Let me put this card back. We'll see if I can. Probably not. I mean, would it matter? Not really. I mean, it would be one thing out of my inventory. Oh, okay, never mind. The card's not there. Hey, I showed you this earlier and it did have a signature, but I managed to chase down the postie.
Hey, Rosie.
What do you want?
I wanted to pick up Fuller's package with the photo paper.
Note, please. So how did you manage to scare up the old fart?
Yeah, I bumped into him in the town.
You were lucky. Here, Fuller's photo paper.
Thank you.
Much obliged. All right. Now I've got everything.
Okay. Okay, let's save. Right, so I need to... Just click on things until it does it.
The film is in the developing drum. The developer's still missing. The film is in the container. I made sure that it wasn't too tightly rolled so that the film is in the container. I made sure that it wasn't too tightly
they left a
rolled
flub
so
in.
that the developer fluid can reach all parts of the film's surface.
Oh dear. Okay.
There's still some fixer left in the bottle. You use it to halt. The dish is about half full with distilled water. The water. A bath of diluted developer. The film is in the container. Basically, it's just a powerful lamp with a lens. An A4 size package. Fairly heavy. Either it really is photographic paper, or it's full as dirty mags for the week. Ah, nice. 50 sheets of top quality photo paper. The sheet is lying in the frame. The distance of the lens from the paper seems fine for the picture to be projected properly. The film is in the container.
Okay.
The paper's ready. Now it's just the film that's missing. I have to put that in the... The film is in the container. I made sure that the film is in the container. A bath of diluted developer. A metal bar from the harbor promenade. In pretty good condition. Good. Now the developer is oxidizing. It gives off electrons, which are then picked up by the silver ions in the light-sensitive layer of the film. The more light that falls on a location, the stronger the reaction, and so the place then turns darker. In short, the film is now being developed. Okay, I guess the film has to be developed now. So, that ought to do it. I'll pour out the developer.
I'm assuming there's no timing with any of this.
the fixers gotta go in to stop the film from keeping on developing. Oh well, that's the end of the fixer. But what was left ought to have stopped the development process. I hope everything's worked. So far, so good. I need photo paper and an enlarger. And that's over there. Then I need developer. There's still enough in the bottle.
Hello, welcome Lothar. Thank you very much for your resubscription. 28 months. Thank you very much. Always is greatly appreciated. How are you doing? I hope well.
So far, so good. The film has been put in.
We are solving puzzles.
Then let's have a go. The longer I leave the lamp on, the more contrast the picture gets. Let's try it. Okay, I think that's enough time.
I don't know whether it's enough or not. I've never developed film before. 10 seconds. Might be too long.
Ah, here we go. I have to take the sheet out as soon as it has the correct brightness. Too early, it stays too light. Too late, it'll get too dark. The photo's exposed and developed. Now all I have to do is wash off the developer fluid using distilled water.
Oh, good, you're at work. We're starting vacation next week. Well, that'll be good.
Huh. The picture's got too much contrast. But the brightness is good. I shouldn't expose the paper for so long next time.
Okay. Do it again. 5 seconds. I'm gonna halve what I did. The timer seemed to disappear. The timer seemed to disappear when I reached 10 seconds, so...
Okay then, let's try again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, I think that's enough time.
The sequel to the game about people falling from windows. Yes.
Here we go. I have to take the sheet out as soon as it has the correct brightness. Too early, it stays too light.
This takes place
Too
about
late, it'll get too dark.
13 years later. It might have been a bit too early.
The photo's exposed and developed. Huh. The contrast is good, but the picture's too light.
Okay. 5 seconds on this.
The sheet is lying in the frame. Okay then, let's try it. Okay, I think that's enough time.
So I pretty much picked it up as soon as he stopped talking.
Ah, here we go. I have to take the sheet out as soon as it has the correct brightness. Too early, it stays too light. Too late, it'll get too dark.
Maybe too early again, but... The houses.
Ah, the contrast is good and the brightness is right too. But the picture itself is garbage. I can't do much about that. Maybe some of the other pictures are better.
Okay.
Well, at least the exposure and development times seem to be right. I'll try it again.
I'm gonna save. So it's about 5 seconds and then maybe like 2 seconds after he stops talking. Or 3 seconds after he stops talking.
The sheet is lying in the frame. The Okay, I think that's enough time.
I'm guessing there's a degree of leeway. It just has to be like between 5 and 8 seconds or something. You have a photography development class here at the college, maybe that will help. Be nice to have some more knowledge to go off of. But, yeah, well.
Here we go. I have to take
These adventure games like having you develop photographs. The same thing was done in Shadow of the Comet, but that was with
Too late, it'll get too dark.
that was with silver glass plates. That's the same photo. Do I need to wind the film along?
Yes, I've really got it now. Brightness and contrast are correct. If Fuller only had any idea about photography, then maybe even the picture would be good too. Maybe the next one. This could well take some time.
Thank you, game.
36 pictures and not one of them actually any good. How can a guy take a beautiful woman like Angelina and then photograph her so badly? But I can't do much about that. The pics have been snapped and I gotta take them to her at the hotel. At least I get to see her again. And it's also not my fault that the pictures are bad. What the?
Don't just stand there like an idiot.
Mrs. Biba? Can I help you, Mrs. Biba?
Oh. What are you doing here? I thought you quit.
Yes. Yes, I have. I'm just picking up my stuff.
Oh. Right. Is Fuller there?
No, not at the moment.
Then, can you give him this? Give it to him personally. As soon as he gets back. I gotta go.
I feel sorry for her. There's something not right going on here. Could it help me get one over on Fuller? Huh. But I can't put Mrs. Biba in danger. She gives the impression she can't take much more. If I could secretly open the envelope, then I could look at what's inside and put the envelope in the mailbox later. That would keep Mrs. Biba out of trouble. But how can I open the envelope and close it again without Fuller noticing?
Way ahead of you, game. Way ahead of you. You may remember that we had the kettle on, or tried to put the kettle on.
Hey, the steam could undo the glue. Huh, let's try. It's steaming.
I've done this in other games, specifically to take what's it called? Postage stamps
Steam's
off
loosening the
envelopes.
glue.
Got it. The paper hasn't torn and the glue still sticks. I can reseal the letter. But first, I want to see what's inside. Holy, that's gotta be $1,500. There's some kind of blackmailing going on here. Mrs. Biber hates Fuller, and she didn't want her husband to see that I gave her a letter from him this morning. It would seem he knows nothing about it. But what's it about? Sex? Oh, surely not with Fuller. Something to do with the diner, or from Biber's past? I'd love to send Fuller off to jail for blackmail. But first I gotta find out what he's blackmailing Mrs. Biber with. But tomorrow's another day. I'll put the letter in Fuller's mailbox and get myself ready for my date with Angelina.
Oh. Nope. Get back there. Is he gonna walk up just now?
Hopefully he doesn't take too much pleasure in it.
Do we need to do anything else inside? I mean, we didn't turn the light off in the,
I've already developed Angelina's photos.
Okay. Never mind. Hey, we go here now. Nice building.
Plenty of people say that the New England coastal towns look Scandinavian, but I doubt if they build such big houses over there.
Probably. Does look a bit like a converted barn.
It's not exactly like the Florida or Californian beaches. The water here is way too cold to swim in it for long. Looks very cozy. I bet you get a fantastic view of the whales from the veranda. But you know, that reminds me of my favorite film, Whales of August. That genius Vincent Price. In a really unusual role.
After having a character using their design based off of Vincent Price, I really should see some of the films which you'll see.
The mast is a copy of a flagpole you might see on a big ship.
Okay.
Everything looks really clean and tidy. Obviously a bit square. But well cared for sure.
I just got to look at everything.
Magazines lying around here. Recommendations for trips, tourist information. Nothing of interest to me. There are pictures of ships everywhere. Either the hotel owner has a real maritime interest or thinks that his guests want to see that kind of thing.
What do we got above the door? Like some kind of chariot in marble there. Don't recognize that. Hello.
Excuse me.
Yes, please?
Mother?
You know my mother? Rebecca Michaels?
Rebecca? Well, of course! We sit together on the tourist board. Your son? How is she?
Not good, I'm afraid. She's lying in the hospital. She had a fall.
Oh, my dear boy, that's... I'll let my wife know right away. We'll send her a card.
Well, if you like.
So what are you doing here, then? Shouldn't you be with your mother?
I'm gonna go see her again later.
Well, please, give her our best wishes.
Yes, of course. Does the hotel belong to you?
It sure does. My grandfather built it, and I've been running it for the past 15 years.
Do you live here with your family?
It's like this. The guests value the quiet family atmosphere here. It really is something quite special to stay in a small, family-run hotel. I can't bear those awful tower block hotels in the holiday resorts.
And at some point your children will take over the running of it?
Yes, I hope so. My daughter's studying to be a hotelier in Switzerland. I only hope that our hotel here doesn't end up being too small and provincial for her. My son, well, he's got rather different interests.
What's he doing then?
Now, he's a musician.
Really?
Yes. He even thinks he can make a living out of it.
Some people live very nicely from it. What does he play?
He plays an electric bass in a band. I think it's called punk rock.
And you're worried about that?
Oh, okay. Plant.
Plants. I know as much about plants as I do about cars. And that's not very much at all.
Yeah, private. What's behind that?
A private sign hangs on the door. The owner and his family live in this building. Behind the door is either their living quarters or an office.
Okay. Let's go upstairs.
I should be looking after my mother or beating the crap out of Fuller's fat face. But instead I'm standing here with a stomach full of butterflies. I don't know what it is about her. But man, I got it bad. Alright, let's go.
Hello. Welcome, welcome. Welcome back. Was I gone that long?
Come in.
Hope you're doing well.
Hello, Angelina. Have I come at a bad time?
No, come in.
Couple of days in login Twitch.
I've got the pictures with me.
Well, I don't keep a schedule.
Oh, great.
It's when I'm able to, or when I feel.
To be honest, it's anything other than great. The wrong lighting, pathetic composition. Fuller has really no idea what he's doing.
I thought that might be the case. I'm sure they would have been better if you'd taken them. How would you take my picture?
Well, your face should,
Just do it.
Huh?
Don't tell me that you, the would-be star photographer, haven't got a camera with you.
Sure, of course.
Come on, then. I still need a present for my parents' wedding anniversary.
Very nice. The light is perfect.
Have you been living here long?
Oh, I don't live here at all. I study in Boston. My mom just bought a house here a few months ago. What brings you here? Look over that way. Yeah, like that. Are you an actress or something like that?
You got it. I'm a famous English actress on my way to Hollywood. No, but seriously. I study literature and history in England. I'm interested in English immigrants in America. Their aspirations, their dreams, their reality.
Wow, that's interesting.
If you say so. We'll see. I wanted to drift a bit, collect some life stories. I don't yet know exactly how I should organize the work.
My mother's from England, too. She came over here more than 20 years ago.
Really? Do you think I could talk to her?
That isn't possible at the moment. That's a very pretty bracelet.
Oh, thank you. I got it from my grandmother. She was always there for me. Unfortunately, she died last year.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Thanks, but you don't need to be. She was very ill at the end, you know? It was a relief for her. She gave me this bracelet shortly before she died. I'm sure you'll find it silly, but I always have the feeling that she's near me and looks after me. Perhaps we could do a few more special pictures for your portfolio. I always wanted to have a few photos of myself as a model.
Oh, sure. I don't know, what did you have in mind?
I thought maybe like this. Or like this. Or like this.
That's it. The film is full.
Oh, shame. I was just getting warmed up. What do you say we go for a meal?
Actually, I'm not hungry yet, but...
Tonight. In the diner. I'll pay. In return for the photos, okay?
Yes. Sure. Sounds good.
All right, then. See you tonight. Can you develop the pictures by then?
Yeah, yeah, no problem.
I'm looking forward to it.
Don't worry, I just have to break into the building again and...
Jeez. That was certainly something.
Yes, Miss Angelina Morgan has a room here. Would you like to leave her a message, or would you like to go out?
How many nights has she booked?
Damn, no more pictures on the film.
I'm sorry, sir, but you'll have to ask Miss Morgan herself. I can't.
All right.
Brown comb-back hair, a long straight nose, eyes close together.
Which room is she in, then?
I'll inform her that you're here, Mr...
That won't be necessary. I'll come back later.
Thin lips, sallow skin, angular face, pointed chin.
But please, don't tell her I was here. It's supposed to be a surprise.
Hello? What's wrong? Sir?
And he's gone. What does this guy want?
Okay. You can use your camera to take snapshots and a lot of interaction points. Doing this will unlock extras in a bonus menu. Oh, okay. I have extra film now, I guess.
There are pictures of Angelina on. I'm sure that they'll...
You've been playing Strife yesterday. You don't think you can continue? It's buggy and GZ Doom and the Night Dive release. It's locked at 59 FPS, resulting in worse stutters at 30 FPS. Nations is a really interesting title. Really? Is it having problems with the Night Dive release? They usually did very good jobs with their updated versions of it. I haven't played Strife myself. I don't think it's one which I'd play myself. But, You never found a single spot put to photograph. You doubt anyone ever has. It's odd then. Maybe it's something which they plan to do.
Develop the pictures before my date, but I can't get into Fuller's darkroom anymore. So I'll have to get by with just domestic items. Mom's bathroom will make a great substitute darkroom. I've still got the remains of the photo paper. And I've got developer.
I need a red light, 2 flat dishes, and a little acid to use as a fixer. And something to do the exposing with. A projector, for example. I'll write everything down so I don't forget anything. What a day.
Should have just said, I can't do that. I was fired for my job. That guy is a dick, right? You've met him. Anyway. Yeah, I was surprised to see that the Night Dive release of Strife isn't any good. Or at least is having FPS problems. Dev said 59 lock is intended to prevent 2000 FPS in menu. On to go with 59, you don't get it. Did Night Dive remake the... Don't Night Dive do more than just sort of release the game using a like an emulator or something? I guess maybe if they don't have the source code for it. Like their release of Rise of the Triad was, I believe, quite extensive. What's this window here?
The back room seems to be an office. Desk, files. I don't really like to climb into other people's houses. Well, not without a good reason.
Okay. I guess we might have to, get in there at some point to get a red light. Maybe I could just get cellophane to put over a light bulb. It's using Chocolate Doom for Strife, not their Kex engine. Oh, okay. Maybe it was one of their more recent, one of their earlier releases. So it's not as, solid as some of the other ones. I think the Blood release they did had some problems, but that was, I think, more the publisher wasn't letting them patch it or something. 2014. Right. I would have thought getting Strife running correctly would be pretty alright. It's basically just a beating on the door. Basically just like a Doom engine games. So having it running in GZ Doom, I would have thought would be pretty easy. But it does have a lot of extra, like, stuff to it. Oh man, am I going
There's
to...
so little traffic here that nobody's bothered that the lights don't work properly. It could also be that no one's actually noticed. To describe Biddeford as quiet would be an understatement. It sometimes seems to me that the place has just about died.
Everyone here eats antiques. I was going to say, do I need to get the red light globe out of the traffic light and use that?
Fuller's back from his shoot. I'm not going in there. The grill is very heavy and rusted into the concrete. It's gonna take a lot of force to open it. Why should I do that to myself?
Okay. They do bundle a DOS version. You could just try dropping the world of that into GZ Doom. I can't really give information on it, sorry. It's not something I've played myself. So... There's a red globe there.
Yes, this'll do for my red light.
Ow! It's hot!
This chain of lights is gonna stay dark tonight.
Unless I've got a bunch of replacement bulbs. Okay, we need to get the projector from in here. Oh, well, I thought we would need to get the projector from in here.
Come on, what then?
My mother's in the hospital here.
And?
Do you think she'll be in good hands there?
Well, is she sick? She won't be in bad hands if she's in a hospital.
No, I meant, are the doctors here any good?
Well, how should I know? Do you think just 'cause I'm old I run off to the doctor and complain every day? I haven't been to see no quack in years. I was fit as a fiddle.
Yeah. People were made of better, stronger stuff in the past, right?
Yeah. Get to my age and then we'll talk about it.
About the slide projector over there?
I won't sell.
Could you perhaps lend it to me?
Why should I?
Because you want to help a young man trying to improve himself.
I won't sell.
Because...
Okie dokie. Do I need to give him the laxative?
An old radio. Looks like a piece of pro equipment. Are you a radio hobbyist?
Radio hobbyist? You mean one of those idiots who thinks it's neato mosquito when they have another idiot on the air who only lives 2 blocks away? I was a wireless operator with the Hells Devils, 8th Infantry Regiment of the 4th U.S. Infantry Division. I was there in North Africa, and in Sicily, then in Normandy on Utah Beach. I was wounded on the Rhine. That was my eyes. And I got a Purple Heart for it all.
And so, are you still a radio guy or not?
I'm keeping the tradition alive. I talk to old buddies real regular. Can reach them anywhere. I'd say I'm kind of an expert. Keep my things in good working order. Always prepared.
Ah, okay. Good to know.
Okay. Do you want some bread? Let's go here. And okay, so
the bathroom will make a good dark room. It's got no windows and it's tiled. Perfect. Now I just need all the equipment.
What type of
2 bowls, a makeshift fixer, and an enlarger.
What type of
I need 2 bowls.
What type of bathroom has no windows in a house which is so small? I got a dog bowl and a drinking bowl.
The container of photo developer. A bottle of distilled water.
Oh, don't I need... Can I use the vinegar as a...
The vinegar can work as a fixer.
Yeah.
The developer's alkaline, and because it's an acid, vinegar can stop the development process.
It's all coming together. And we've run out of sheets of photo paper, so we can develop the photos on the slices of white bread. Anything else in the handbag?
There's nothing else of interest in there. And I can earn my own money.
I guess I just need everything.
The cup is still half full. Maybe she got some bad news and fainted. That doesn't seem like her at all.
We could use a telescope as a projector.
One. quite classical, and it looks quite expensive for Mom's tastes. You can swivel the telescope on the tripod, and hey, there's a compass attached to the top to show the direction you're looking.
I need to get a telescope sometime. So I've got the 2 balls. Well, I could just look at my journal. Right, okay. We need to make friends with Eddie. Does this mean make a makeshift radio?
Mom's into music. That's one. I don't have to call right now.
Okay. Let's see. I don't want to think about making a radio. That seems a bit too much at the moment.
What would I want there?
He's got a radio on his belt. Or a walkie-talkie on his belt. Doesn't look like there's anything else here. You're still sitting there.
Monthly payments and a back.
Okay. Scales?
Better leave the scales here. What would I do with scales? I don't know what I could ask. I'm not particularly.
Can I
don't
ask you?
stop her.
Okay. The wheelchair.
My mom told me how she feared having to spend the rest of her life in a thing like this, even long after the car crash. Her back was seriously injured, and no one could tell her if she would ever walk again.
Okay.
The ones that make. Who are people scared?
We did try to open this.
The little wooden box I found in my mother's bedroom. It's quite hefty. Seems to be solid wood. It won't open.
I guess we
There's
just...
some kind of symbols on the lid.
Okay. We can't do anything with it.
A tow rope from out of Fuller's backyard. It looks like it would easily hold a ton of weight.
Nothing's changed over here. I guess I could ask about this.
Excuse me.
Yes, please?
This guy, the one who was asking about Miss Morgan, had you seen him before?
Sorry, no. He came in and asked me a few questions. Then he disappeared. A strange fellow. Do you know him?
No, but I think he shouldn't be let near Miss Morgan.
Of course not. I call upstairs, and only when the young lady agrees do I let him up.
And he can't come creeping around here?
Well, that possibility can't be completely excluded. But you can only open the doors from outside with a key.
Okay.
Since when has Miss Morgan been staying here?
You seem to be her friend. Ask her yourself. We run a very discreet hotel here.
Would that be the case if I were to leave a 20 on your counter?
Sorry?
Nothing.
Jeez, man.
We have a date later. Doesn't get much better than that. I think I'd better keep the thing with the weird guy to myself for the time being. I don't want to worry her. And at the moment, I don't even know whether the guy is following me or her. Perhaps I'll tell her about it this evening.
Anything around here? Oh, okay.
Looks very... But you know...
Can't go down to the coast,
I'm not
can
climbing
I?
down there without a good reason.
Okay. Nothing over there. I tied the rope to the veranda.
Looks very... But you know... The hotel seems to have few guests. But in this season, you'd normally expect a bit more to be going on.
It's interesting
Maybe the others have seen the weather report. There's a storm getting up. And who wants to be stuck in a hotel on the Atlantic in the rain?
It's interesting when I double click. You can see the background and all the animations jump like it's fast forwarding.
Looks very cozy, but you know...
Let me see. Anything else here?
I'm not interested in these forms for residence. I've got a few things going on which, like this town, could be a little more interesting. But I don't hold out much hope for success for them.
Okay.
The main state flag always looks more like a beer company logo to me. At least they've got an elk and a tree in there. That's nice.
I don't know what the main state flag looks like, so... I guess it's the one with the guy on it I can just see a bit of. Okay. Oh, he's got... There's some electronics down there. What are those? They're oscilloscopes. Yeah. That there... Might be a voltometer or something like that. I've seen these before on a YouTube channel I like watching. They're like big, hefty ones with handles on them, which you slide into racks. Usually, ones on the show are usually made by HP. Back when they made good electronics. Anyway, I think I'm going to save it there. We'll continue with this next time. Seem to be making pretty good progress. I haven't got stuck on any puzzles so far. Puzzles have been, well, they've made sense within the realms of the story. They're not going for outlandish puzzles, which is good if you want to be telling a serious story. It does mean, as I've been sort of saying, that the puzzles are sort of ones which I've seen in other games. I think it's just because, you know, if you're trying to keep things realistic, there's only so many ways you can go about doing something. But this one, I have to figure out what exactly we need to do to be able to get the projector. Probably involving his interest with a radio. Which will be something. I'm gonna have to think about it. And we'll just fiddle around with things more next time. But I'll thank you very much for joining and hope you join me again next time.